Good morning, everybody. It turns out that we're actually in the room and we are being streamed and everybody, I think, is on the phone electronically. This is an electronic meeting. However, we do need a quorum, and I am so grateful to all of you for being here this morning. And it is just really great to see. Hey, Mary, it's really great to see you. Mr. Merrill, your first in-person meeting. We are gonna celebrate with a dinner tonight in your honor, right? Yes, everybody agrees.
Does that mean he has to pay?
Mr. Dodson, that's why you're here. I really want to thank all of you who are joining us in person this morning and all of you who are joining us electronically. So as we had always opened a meeting, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America,
to the
the
republic
republic for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation, under God,
God, indivisible,
with liberty and justice for all.
So on the video this morning, I believe we have Mr. Miller. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. It keeps, the system keeps muting me and snapping my picture out, but the picture's probably a good thing to be snapped out, but the mute thing is
Good
probably
morning.
even better. That's probably even better. But yes,
And
ma'am, I'm
Mr.
here.
Stinson,
Yes, ma'am.
good morning. Thank you for being here. And Mr.
Good
Brown?
morning.
And Mr. Smoot, were you able to get in? Muted. Mr. Smoot, you're muted.
Good morning. I just got in. Thank you.
Good morning. So anyway, gosh, isn't it? We've been through 15 months of this and we still.
Thank you.
To have you here as we have come through a very remarkable time together. I will tell you that our commissioner at VDOT and our director at DRPT, Jennifer Mitchell and Steve Brich, have put together a video which just kind of shows where we've been and where we are. And it's really a video of gratitude. And so with that, gentlemen in the back, oh, and ladies.
Hello, I'm Stephen Brich, Commissioner of the Virginia Department of Transportation.
And I'm Jennifer Mitchell, Director of the Virginia Department of Rail and Public Transportation.
Both of us are so proud of what our agencies have been able to deliver over the past year.
None of this would have been possible without the men and women of VDOT, DRPT, and our partners. I'd also like to thank the frontline workers in the transit and rail community who have kept essential services operating and Virginia's citizens moving.
We put together this video to highlight some of the transformative work our agencies have accomplished over the past year. I'd like to thank the men and women of VDOT, DRPT, and our contractor partners who have shown up every day during this global pandemic, delivering our transportation programs and continuing to transform Virginia's landscape. We've continued to award work, hire consultants, maintain our roads, and advance our projects. In short, we have not taken our foot off the gas pedal.
We thank you for all that you do.
The past year presented challenges like none in recent history. In an instant, our lives came to a standstill. But when the world stopped, Virginia did not. Our teams continued to transform Virginia's landscape by showing up each and every day in bulldozers, buses, and family rooms alike. Thanks to our people, great projects have taken place, and some of the largest programs in Virginia's history are being delivered.
We have certainly come a long way because of so many people who believe in moving as many people and goods as possible across all modes of transportation in an equitable and environmentally sustainable way, and always with an eye on bringing economic development, job creation, and opportunity to all people in all regions of Virginia.
Through hundreds of miles of rolling hills, we have increased the safety and economic vitality of our roadways. We have improved the way goods are delivered and economies are supported. Over vast stretches of water, we have delivered projects of historical magnitude through modern techniques and innovative approaches.
This is the single largest infrastructure project in the Commonwealth's history. Will make travel in this region easier, safer, and more reliable.
At impossible heights, we continued to transform Virginia's landscape. By bridging the divide, we have delivered projects to keep us connected. And for our busiest interchanges, we found solutions to keep Virginia moving.
Far too many workers have been worrying not only about their safety, but about the safety of their job, about their next paycheck. And the work we're doing collectively in Northern Virginia will help people across the country.
On train tracks, bus routes, and bicycle and pedestrian trails, we met major milestones and secured strong relationships for a multimodal network that allows all Virginians to reach their destinations. Maintaining our infrastructure is essential to the health of our Commonwealth. From bridge repairs to drainage systems, our teams worked through a global pandemic so that our roads and rails stayed safe. For our communities, our residents, and our businesses. Despite the challenges presented to us this past year, the men and women of VDOT, DRPT, and our partners have been proud to serve Virginia every single day, planning, designing, operating, maintaining, and supporting transportation in our Commonwealth with passion, and perseverance. At VDOT and DRPT, we are continuing to do whatever it takes to keep Virginia moving.
It's much better. Anyway, than your little computer and so I wish I had been there, honestly, when you and Jennifer were cutting that first scene. But but I will say that, just to pause for a moment and just acknowledge the year that we've been through is really important. And so I really thank you both for putting that together and expressing thanks to all the employees in DRPT and VDOT. I will also just say to you that across the entire Transportation Secretariat, the Port of Virginia, it's hard to believe that immediately following the pandemic, when volumes had fallen so abruptly, that really beginning late last summer and into the fall, hitting record volume of moving cargo around the world. Our 66 airports are gearing up right now to move passengers, but continuously moving freight. We at Virginia Space, we just had it was a beautiful launch last Tuesday for a National Reconnaissance Mission, L-111, with NASA, NASA Wallops Flight Facility, Virginia Space, NASA Langley. It was a very important mission. We have another international space flight coming up in August. There is great work being done, and in case you all haven't read, but Rocket Lab has made the decision they're going to be building a neutron rocket, mid-sized rocket, and they have chosen to fly and launch out of Wallops Island. And all of this transportation effort is supported by the Department of Motor Vehicle, our Motor Vehicle Dealer Board, our Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment, which is led by Deputy Secretary Nick Donohue and Roni Day, and our Office of Transportation Research and Innovation, which is led by Kathy McGee, who's also a co-chair of putting together this Freight Advisory Committee. All of these pieces coming together to keep Virginia moving. And it's just really important. And I thank this board for everything that you do to contribute to that. So with that, anything that y'all would...
Madam Secretary, it was an excellent video. I hope we can get a link to that, though. Definitely want to show it to my grandson.
Aww.
Yeah, that's great. Good, really good job.
Could you send the link to everybody? Okay, that sounds great. And so we'll start off this morning with Laura Schewel from Streetlight Data to come in and kind of take a look again at where we've been. I will say that Laura and I are bonded with Lynchburg and her family, Elliot Schewel, and I would not be in this position without your grandfather. And I will say also your grandmother. Anyway, dear friends, and actually kind of a matriarch and patriarch of Lynchburg. Wouldn't you say, Mr. Dodson?
Madam Secretary.
Yes. And so this is their granddaughter, Laura. And so with that, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. Do I have a clicker? Make the slides move forward? All right, great. Well, let's advance, please. All right, I am delighted to be here. As Secretary said, I am originally from Virginia and have taken advantage of this pandemic to move back to Virginia full time after 18 years away. So this is very, very exciting. Such a smart decision. All right, and means I can come here in person instead of being on the internet.
It's so good.
Oh, it's so good. I take the pulse. When my office reopens, I'll take the pulse every day. Exactly. All right. Next slide, please. So briefly, I'm going to talk about nationwide and Virginia trends through the COVID crisis in a multimodal way, and then talk about some emerging trends we've seen in the most recent months as we start to come out of our pandemic postures. Next slide, please. A little bit about Streetlight Data. We are a transportation analytics software vendor. We have offices here in Richmond, in San Francisco, as well as Vancouver. We have 100 employees. Virginia, in various ways, has been a customer since 2015, back when we had about 7 employees. So we're very grateful for your sponsorship and investment in a fledgling young transportation company. In the past year, the Virginia users, who include users from VDOT, OIP, the MPOs, and the RPTs, have run 2,482 analyses with our software to analyze various projects, which comes to 1 every working hour of the year. So we're very grateful for the really innovative uses that the staff has. And we've developed partnerships with UVA, VPI, and ODU to do a lot of master's research support, but also to develop coursework for students in transportation engineering so that they're learning more cutting edge data and analytic techniques. And that's really, really wonderful. And some other universities are going to start using the coursework that's been developed as well. The use cases range from corridor planning, smart scale inputs, transit, bike infrastructure, port analytics, infinite use cases within Virginia, and they're always coming up with new ones. So the staff is really creative with what they do. But today I'm going to be talking about statewide trends and what we saw during COVID. Next slide, please. A little bit about the data I will be using, and this is going to be very short. I could talk for hours about the technology. We are taking advantage of the fact that everything that moves these days has some sort of technology on board to help measure it. It can be the geolocations in your phone, connected car data, data from car fleet management systems, from trucks, data from fleet management systems from little scooters, and everything in between. There's a lot of data out there. But nobody just wants a pile of data. That's not very useful. So what Streetlight does is license this data in an opt-in, privacy-forward manner, mix it with all sorts of other data, data from your permanent road counters, data from bike counters, data from the census, data that says, this is a highway, its speed limit is 60, this is a Costco, this is the ocean, and turn it into actionable analytics so that we can describe mobility behavior for anywhere in just a couple clicks. And we update that every few days, so data is always available for everywhere in the US and Canada. And what the staff has access to is an online portal called Streetlight Insight, where they can log in and say, hey, you know, I need a turning movement count for this intersection. Click, click, click. There, it's done. Or I need to know how trends changed overall in all of Northern Virginia because I'm trying to understand, you know, some big picture macro trends. Click, click, click. You can have it in a few minutes. So that's my entire technical explanation, and I'm happy to take questions at the end. So now let's move on to the trends. Next slide, please. Next one, too. So what you're seeing here is nationwide VMT cut 3 ways. So the graph, the y-axis, is expressed as a % of January 2020, which we'll call sort of the last really normal month. And you can see VMT nationwide plummet at the beginning of the pandemic, then return. You see another dip in the 3rd wave and a return again. The blue line shows you rural counties, which are less than 1,000 people per acre. And the red line is the more urban counties. So we see very clearly this pattern where the urban areas saw far more VMT decline and still haven't recovered to the same level as the more rural and suburban counties. The split is due to a mix of factors that I'll discuss, job mix and income being key. As we'll talk about later, even though VMT is at the same levels it was at before the pandemic, the places much more. And what is, I think, not intuitive to a lot of people I've talked to about this is that as of April 2021, 6 weeks ago, that hadn't changed that much. The morning peak is down and the afternoon is much more spread out, and we see more things spreading out in the evening. So what that means is that we are driving the same amount, but we're shoving it across different times of day. And this has huge implications for planning, for modeling, from your micro studies all the way to your macro studies. And it has huge implications for the speed of transportation, as we'll talk about it in a minute. Next slide, please. Also, the place that transportation is happening, those VMT are happening, is also shifting. So these are 2 images of Richmond, but we see this trend in all the major cities in Virginia, and I've done this analysis for several other states, so we see this for metro areas in other states. This graph, I realize, is a little hard to see projected, but I'll do my best to describe it. So on the left, we see the depth of the pandemic. If a cell within Richmond is red, it means transportation has drastically fallen off. VMT have drastically fallen off in that cell. So you see downtown is gone, et cetera. If the cell is green, that means VMT has increased compared to January, or sorry, compared to the prior year. So what we see on this graph or the map on the left is that VMT shifted from the center of Richmond out to the burbs, which is not surprising because nobody was commuting downtown. What is surprising is in April 2021, that trend is still persisting. We still see those yellow and those orange cells in the center of downtown, and things continue to be way up in the outer edges of the city. So this means not only have we redistributed our driving in terms of time of day, we've redistributed the places in the city and, relevantly for people who pay for roads, the roads on which we're driving. So it's the same VMT number, just redistributed. Next slide, please. So what do these trends mean? So these are the positive and negative attributions are my opinions, of course. Some things are very positive. From a pure engineering standpoint, we never had traffic problems because we didn't have enough roads. We had traffic problems because everybody wanted to be the same road at the exact same time. So now we have, our utilization function is better. We're using our existing assets more evenly, and that means we're using our existing assets better. And that may mean that in some areas we have reduced the need for road expansion or new roads because we're doing a better job utilizing the roads we already have. And in general, cars are moving faster, which is just more convenient. Nobody likes to be stuck in traffic. Another positive thing is people are still in April and May walking and biking more than before, which is good for our health, good for community, and has lots of long-term potential positives for our greenhouse gas and criteria air emissions goals if people will walk instead of driving or bike instead of driving. There are some other things this means that I don't know if are good or bad, but they're certainly interesting. So if our VMT is shifting in time and space, that also means the share of VMT on our different functional classes of roads might be shifting. And that might mean that our maintenance dollars allocations, the ratios aren't the same anymore. We need to think about that. That same shift in functional class and time and location of travel also means that a lot of assumptions that we use to forecast and expand data may need to be reconsidered. So for example, all states have a habit of using highway counts to estimate full state VMT. But if the ratio of VMT on highways versus local and arterials is shifting, we have to think about that. As we're thinking about accessibility, how easy it is for someone to get to a job from a certain place to a certain place, if traffic patterns are shifting, that's going to totally change, and we need to update our assumptions. If businesses are having assumptions about, okay, if I build a business downtown and I assume workers are going to be there at a certain time of day, and that's no longer true, the business needs to shift their assumptions. And as I'll talk about in a moment, most relevant for staff here, a lot of our modeling and forecasting rests on assumptions about behavior. And as we're seeing, even with this simple concept of time of day and place, a lot of the assumptions that our models are built on need to be updated. Because, the simplest example is if your peak hour just changed from 8 a.m. to, 3 p.m., all of your traffic planning really needs to adjust to that, from your most local TIS impact studies to your very large K factoring. Some negative trends. As I said before, cars are moving faster, which is probably contributing to the increase in rates of fatalities per VMT. And this is exacerbated when you have more cars and bikes interacting with those faster moving vehicles. And less traffic decreases the incentive to take transit or bike or carpool, because sometimes traffic is the reason people wanted to take the bus, because they might get special access. And as I said before, this disproportionate spend of low-income people on transportation is worse as a factor of as a disproportionate factor than it was before the pandemic. So those are the negative trends. Slide, please. The emerging trend 3 really comes back to that modeling and planning. How do you model and plan really expensive long-term investments in a world that's in flux? If you had asked me, and I think most transportation experts in January 2020, and you'd said, hey, there's going to be this pandemic, 50% of people are going to work from home, millions of people are going to lose their jobs, no kids are going to go to school, no restaurants or bars will be open. You tell me what you think is going to happen to transportation over the course of that year. None of us would have gotten it right. We all would have said it's going to look like April 2020 and then it's going to stick. And instead, people got on the move even though they weren't going to work and they weren't going to school and they weren't going to restaurants. Everyone was shocked at the VMT recovery, and none of our behavioral models, if we put those inputs in, would have come out right. And we need to be very humble about the fact that I don't think we as an industry have a great grasp on transportation behavior. And the COVID was just the most extreme version of this. Already we were dealing with millennials moving to cities. But now it looks like millennials are buying cars in droves, so maybe that trend is reversing. We were dealing with the rise of Uber and the rise of work from home even before COVID. And COVID has drastically accelerated people's exposure to delivery, which I think is a huge trend that will persist and change not only the traffic on our local roads, but will change where stores are in our cities and in our rural areas. So all of these trends are very volatile. And saying that we understand these trends enough and I have enough data to properly predict the impact of an investment 5 or 30 years out, I think is overstating our technical abilities. So what I see in a lot of the leading states, including when I talk to VDOT staff on the next slide, is sort of a new way of thinking about how we do modeling and prediction. Should be 2 pictures. Maybe one will come up if you click. All right, yes. Today, when we're planning, we do some measurement, we predict the outcomes and make the plan, and then we implement the plan. Good. I don't think this is good enough for the future. I think in the future, or really right now, what we need to do is we need to measure, we need to predict, but I don't think we should make a prediction. We need to predict in ranges because we know there's uncertainty and we know things can change. We need to predict a range of outcomes, see if that range is acceptable, then we need to implement, and then we need to measure again. One of the real benefits of big data, and one of the reasons I got interested in it, is because you can do before and after studies. And we do not have a great history of before and after studies anywhere in our industry. It's not about Virginia. It's not about Virginia. Virginia is actually pretty good at it, all things considered. Because it used to be heinously expensive, but we can do before and after studies on everything now. And then if it turns out our predictions were wrong or the world changed, we maybe adjust our implementation and measure again and adjust again and replan. And we need to think about this as a data-driven adaptive approach instead of saying, hey, we're certain that when we build this road, the revenue will be X and the ridership will be X and the driving will be X. So I think that this trend I'm seeing in our own client base, which covers 48 states and 95% of MPO cities in America, this conversation about iterative data-driven planning is really the big emerging trend out of COVID. That is all. Do you have any questions?
I'm just going to say, as we ask questions, Mena Lockwood is going to follow this and really focus, drill in on Virginia. Kind of, this is a broader picture. So with that, Mr. Caswitz.
Presentation. I sit here thinking, but I also think that the trends that you like, this experiment, that will ever exist.
Yes.
And so part of the challenge as a board is to identify this unique situation where business as usual exists as it did prior to this. And the thing that I really focused on in the presentation was data-driven. Since I've been on this board, operated with a set of expectations, essentially that traffic was going to continue to grow in demand by making wrong decisions, that rush hours are pretty much going to control. I think all of those assumptions are reevaluated. Things that you pointed out this morning about distribution of our BMT, those are such meaningful data points that we never would have collected. So I guess my question for this board is, this is a transformational moment. Scope of those who lessons in the last year and a half that, again, there's no mechanism. That information is fresh. People know to come into the office, who doesn't, how they can change their workday, what they can do electronically over Zoom and electronic interfaces. How do we capture this in the near term as a board that fundamentally is this data-driven adaptation to transportation decisions in the future? This is a moment. This is a snapshot that the data exists, the mindset exists, and capture and we need to make an exceptional effort on the part of all of our transportation organizations to look at how this will meaningfully impact. decisions, not only for this board, but certainly for other aspects of industry as well. So it's really just a question. I sit here somewhat awed by what's occurred, opportunity through adversity that this COVID has provided for us. And I just wonder, this word, we don't need to have a separate effort on the part of some subset of transportation planning board members, staff members to look at this as a separate issue, identify what we do to learn lessons from this current time and to be prepared to take this data-driven. It's an extraordinary opportunity that's come from adversity. We shouldn't lose it. Fundamentally, it will change the way we operate as a board if we let it and if we lessons from it.
Which is why we really wanted Laura Schewel to come present, so we could think bigger and use this moment, and how do we do that? So rather than trying to, I think, address this right now, I think you're asking us rhetorically, how do we do this? Does anybody else have a question for Laura at this point? Can you stay for a little bit as Mena presents, and then we may have more of a broader scope of questions. Yes, Mr. Rucker.
This is really interesting coming out of our technology meeting this morning, because this is the very conversation that we have. Transformation is fluid. I think this committee, we have to be fluid. And I like the steps that were here, especially the ongoing reassessment, because I think the data really is important to helping us to understand if we're getting payoff for the investments that we're putting forward. That's what Mr. Cass was specifically talking about. I think this is important to all of the endeavors that we're pursuing. And it was, again, it was the center of our conversation this morning. Thank you, Ms. McGee.
There is a theme here, yes. Mr. Merrill.
Yes, thank you. Great presentation. I just had two questions. One was, do you think the change in the day is statistically significant? It looks like it was 1 to 2% from pre-pandemic to pandemic. And then the second question is, do you think that April 21 is the new baseline, given that that was before the lifting of the state of emergency and where many schools were still closed? Because I think about thousands of miles that will be driven by school buses and children's parents taking them to school.
Yeah. I do not think April 21 is the new baseline because of the school issue you've talked about, and because my company is not requiring people to be back yet and won't until we know that schools are back because of the burden on our employees. So I think there's two questions. One is, will there ever be a new baseline, or will we be in perpetual change, which tends to be my assumption. But if I wouldn't presume to start to look for baselines again until October, assuming we continue on the same vaccination and no new variant trajectory, but I wouldn't even pretend to look till then. In terms of statistical significance, no, I don't think 1 to 2% change is statistically significant ever in any context whatsoever, just having done a lot of statistics in my life. But I do think it's indicative of saying, oh, it's about the same, right? So we're saying, okay, we're at about the same rates we were before, whether it's 2% up or 2% down, the macro trend is there. And some of the other statistics I showed you where we saw swings of 250% or even 10%, based on our sample size, which is millions of trips, I do think those are all very robust. But 1 to 2% I never claim is significant, just as a matter of statistical principle.
Okay, if you hold on, because we might get some others, but I think Commissioner, in my conversation, first of all, I will say you all have responded to this in how we all hoped, just to kind of thinking about, how do we address planning and analysis going forward. So that part is great. Really hard for us to do this before school starts. So that is such a pivotal piece for us. So I think that was one of your observations.
Absolutely. So we had the pre-brief last week anticipating today's meeting. And certainly, Mr. Kaspertz, I share with you that I think we said well back almost a year ago, we're going to rewrite the history books or the textbooks on traffic engineering on coming out of it. But I share that the baseline, we really need the schools to get back into what is that new normal. We aren't there yet. We're starting to come out of it. But as we get there, I think you're going to start seeing the peak hours change. And I think as Mena is going to come up next and give the presentation, we've been saying that the evening peak hour has a little bit more of a definite peak. In the morning peak is much more spread out, where we are not taking children to school, we are not having those first early morning appointments. Let's see what happens in the fall and then see where that stands. And then I think we'll get back to a new sense of normal. But I agree that we're going to continue to see things be very dynamic as companies and businesses shift to be able to meet that new demand center. So I think if we can get Mena up, we start taking an aggregated form and disaggregating it down into the Virginia specific models.
Laura, I will also just say to you that your assessment of trails and biking and walking is so spot on in Virginia, and we're trying to grapple with this, Nick, John, and myself. You know, how do we address what is really becoming a viable transportation? It's not just leisure; it is a true transportation mode. So, anyway, it's amazing how much time has actually gone into that. So, with Mena, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning.
Welcome back.
Thank you. It's nice to be back. So yes, I'm just going to give an update on the traffic volume and speed trends here in Virginia. Next slide, please. Just as a reminder, the data that we're using actually comes from continuous count stations located throughout Virginia. So these are actual spot speeds and spot volumes. Next slide, please. So this is a graph that is familiar to you all. You've seen a couple other updates that I've given, but it starts with January of 2020 and goes through Memorial Day of 2021. And, you know, as you can see, we had that big dip in March and April, and since then we've been relatively steady. And then over the last couple of months, we've actually had, you know, our truck traffic has been above typical conditions, and the all vehicle traffic has been just below typical conditions. So we've definitely been a little bit higher these last couple of months. And, you know, since you've seen these graphs a bit before, for the next couple of slides, I'm going to focus on the last month, on the month of May. Can I have the next slide, please? And this one focuses particularly on that slide zoomed in. It shows the last month. And you can see that the truck traffic there in red is about 8% above and remaining fairly constant, steady trend there. And then the all vehicle volume trend has been trending slightly up through the month of May at almost typical, approaching typical conditions. And then you see there on Memorial Day, it actually shifted to be above typical conditions on that particular day for the statewide number. Next slide, please. So when looking at the breakdown by interstate and non-interstate, we see the same trends last month that we've seen before, with the interstate truck in purple trending the highest at about 10% above typical conditions, and then the non-interstate truck in red there trends just above typical conditions at about 5%. The all vehicle trends are lower than the truck trends, with the interstate all vehicle being about typical, and then the non-interstate is about 5% below typical conditions. Next slide, please. And so this is the some of the time of day trends that Laura focused on and showed so well, but we're seeing very similar trends as to what she showed there. The dashed lines are the trend lines, and the dots are the actual volumes. But you can see that the top graph represents the interstate, and the PM graph, that gold line, that gold trend line, has rebounded more than the daily, which is in green, or the blue, which is in the AM. Quite significant difference. And then the same is true on the non-interstate graph, which is the bottom one. Each of the time of day trends follow the same patterns, but they're just shifted a little bit lower than the interstate. So definite implications for our planners and engineers who typically focus on the peak periods for their worst case scenarios. Next slide, please. So this graph shows the daily volume trends for each of the 9 districts for the last month, for the month of May. All the districts follow the same general trend. Nova tends to be on the lower side of the rebound, and Bristol there in blue tends to be on the higher side of the trend line. Again, that rural versus urban trend that Laura showed so well. Next slide, please. So the next couple of slides show the daily volume trends for the month of May on a number of different interstates within districts. So here the top graph is I-95 in Nova. The bottom is I-495 northbound. Both show an upward trend for trucks in orange, with 95 just below the 20% mark, and 495 just above the 20% mark. There's a more stable trend for all vehicles, with 95 being about 5% below and 495 being about 8% below. And this also highlights the point that although Nova rebound has been lacking statewide, some locations in Nova are still matching or above the statewide rebound. Next, please. So the top graph shows I-64 East and Hampton roads, and the bottom graph shows I-264 East. The trend lines for both are very similar, with the current level of truck volumes at about 8 and 9% above typical, and the all vehicle at about 5 and 7% below typical. Next slide. So these are the traffic volumes on Interstate 81. The top graph shows Bristol and the bottom shows Salem. The general trend for both is similar, but Bristol has rebounded higher for both truck and all vehicle than has Salem. Can I have the space bar just to get the animation for the box up? And one more. So Bristol has been at or above typical volume since about May 17th, and then Salem has trended above typical for the last several days there. See that. Next slide, please. So in addition to the volume trends, I have some speed trends here, and these show the congestion for the month of May for 2019, 2020, and 2021. And of course, you see this is for the Northern Virginia peak hour periods. May 2019 is definitely the worst, but 2021 congestion is picking up. The volume trends that we saw are resulting in increased volume and congestion. The PM peak, which is the bottom right, is very close to what it was in 2019. And the morning peak period hasn't reached the level of congestion that it was in 2019, but it's definitely getting there. And you can, it matches what we've seen with the lower volume demand in this past month. So next slide, please. And this is the weekday peak hour in Richmond, those same set of slides. Again, 2019 is significantly, or is obviously the most congestion. We are starting to see some congestion in the PM peak for Richmond there. The morning's still relatively light. Next slide, please. And lastly, here's a set of maps for the Interstates and Hampton Roads area. It's the same scenario. 2019 still shows the most congestion, both in the morning and the evening. 2021 is fairly close to 2019, though. I think it's safe to say that the volumes have increased in Hampton Roads to the point that congestion is just about back to the typical levels as it was before COVID. And that is the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Thank you, Mena. So thoughts? Congratulations, Mr. Malvin. It looks like you're back over at Hampton Roads. Yes, Mr. Kaspwitz.
Reference to as things return to normal, where we set that marker that they have returned to normal. I guess in consideration of my prior comments, should we play a role in what that return to normal is? And I think, again, to go back to the knowledge that's fresh in the mind of every employer, every academic institution, every hospital, everybody that causes somebody to be on the road, that fresh data set won't be there a year and a half or 2 years from now. And I wonder if one of the first things we should consider is commissioning a independent study effort with a statistically valid sample of all of the Virginia entities that create traffic to identify what their lessons learned are, because we need that data as we go forward if we're going to fundamentally change the way we plan and execute transportation projects. If we don't capture it now, I'm not sure it'll be there as fresh a year and a half or even 12 months from now. So I believe it's really an imperative to, if possible, do that outreach while everybody understands I can have 20% of my workforce out, or I can adjust my start times, all these things that we'd like to know as we go forward and make major transportation decisions.
I think you make such an important point. Jennifer, though, I do want to, in Northern Virginia, the Greater Washington Partnership has been working hand in hand with them. WMATA has, and we've done some commuter surveys as well, right, with business, trying to, not just in Northern Virginia, but around Virginia, capture some of that data going forward. as far as a pattern is, do you have anything new to report from that perspective? But we have been gathering this, and you know, Mena's work all along. So we knew that this was important, but I think your point about having an independent look at this.
Yeah, and we had started doing some survey work early on, which we've continued doing some work as well. But we have also been partnering and looking at the other sources of information from the Greater Washington Partnership in Metro as well. And I think as you all have probably read, there's an expectation that by I think about 75% of employers that they will be bringing people back to the office, but in a 2 to 3 day format. And so I think I think a lot more will become apparent after September as well. But certainly we can share some more information.
I just wonder if we had that data set ultimately as a standalone, what influence we might have on the behavior of those employers through the expenditure of funds. If spending money to get people to modify their behavior is something that's a small part of the process now, much larger if we had the data sets to support it.
You know, it's so interesting when we did the quarter planning studies, we started with 81, 64. It's really along 81 that you realize you have an asset that's actually available most hours of the day, right? You have an asset. It's just that everybody wanted to be there at the same time. And so that's why we were thinking, you know, we had discussed tolling as an option. Could that affect behavior and with the trucking industry, which of course we went a different route, but asset is there. So yes, Mr. Rucker, you've been really patient.
Tasked with, and I think it's a worthy pursuit. At this time, I don't think the entities are fully knowledgeable with reference to the return. I know institutionally, we're still working on our back to work strategies. We don't know what they are at this time. And I talk to colleagues around the Commonwealth weekly, and we're all in the process of trying to discover what that will look like. I know it's desirable information, but it may not be there until the fall for certain agencies.
I'm not saying this needs to be starts tomorrow, but probably sometime in the next 12 to 18 months.
Yeah, I'm just saying in terms of our readiness to provide that information, it may not be. Yeah, it's a very challenging time still.
Because we're all adapting.
Exactly.
Childcare has been a major issue, education. Mena, are you working with employers and trying to help define what the return could look like? Is Laura back there?
Well,
I was gonna, has Laura been working with employers in your work?
So we work with a lot of major tech campuses,
Huh?
like in San Francisco. Wouldn't say they ask us to define like they won't share with us their actual plans. We are helping them measure as before. And what we're definitely doing is helping, and again, this is California based, some cities coordinate by at least having the same source of data with their employers. In California, in the Valley, there's a lot of conflict between cities and the employers who are believed to cause traffic apocalypses for good reason.
I wasn't quite sure where they were. And maybe again, that's a timing issue, you know, as you're.
The capacity, and y'all have the capacity subscription to measure major employment centers and exactly what happened during COVID. Like you could light up big office parks or Amazon HQ2 or Mena staff could and pull trends very easily for the whole place. And I bet, I mean, the interest from universities in using our data to analyze what happened during COVID is immense. So I'm VTrek, UVA, all those folks, I'm sure, excited about that.
And I will point out, Mr. Donohue, that, you know, it's been really interesting for us because days of the week can also influence all of these data sets. So as you pointed out in Washington, Fridays are a very good day to travel because, you know, federal employees have been teleworking. So anyway, all of that seems to matter.
Secretary.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mena.
So I was just going to say one thing about the ability to kind of monitor some of these is with our ARM 3P project coming up. I mean, we have the concept of using dynamic incentivization. And so as you've observed, you know, we see that travel demand management can work. So I think that's going to be really great to be able to offer people an incentive on this day. You have the flexibility, stay home, telework, or transit or something. I think that has really made us very excited about that opportunity.
Science.
Thanks. I want to shift the focus just a little to school coming back, because I think school coming back is a big measure. But school coming back when people are nervous about putting children on buses has a whole set of implications into the network. I did a program last fall where we actually brought in somebody who was a Safe Routes to School planner to look at some school sites and talk about what do you need to do differently if everybody's coming in their car and being dropped off, and how do you manage the incredible congestion that happens from 500 families descending on a place at once. And I don't know if there's any way that we can get our arms around that a little bit going into the fall, perhaps help school divisions. School divisions are dealing with so many other dimensions, but this is not a place, and I say this as someone who was on a school board and a county board in the same place, this is not a place where people talk well across those boards about how are we going to manage what to us seems inevitable, but to them may not be on their radar screen at all. So I'm a little worried about that, particularly in the really urban places, that we're just going to have traffic jams beyond belief in September, all about taking kids to school.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, if I may, we've had such a tectonic change in how we live and how we work and how we get to and from work, that I would be supportive of Mr. Kasperwitz's comment that I think it's timely to take a hard look at getting the most out of the information that's currently available about how we've changed, and then taking a hard look as well about where we might be going in the next phase of our work environment.
Mr. Johnson. Anyway, all really good points, Mena, that perhaps you can provide some guidance about how to, an interim step as we look at a longer term, right? So anyway, what was it? We're going to, plan, implement, adjust. Implement, adjust. So yes, we're going to get that into our vernacular. Thank you, Mena. And so kind of building on this, we're also looking at safety. Looking back at the data. So Mr. Bishop. Welcome from DMV.
Good morning, Madam Secretary. Good morning. There's a couple of important takeaways, but I think the first thing that we always need to focus on, or at least I always like to get people to focus on when I present about this data, is the real number. The real number that you see up there is 847. And that's the number of men, women, children, parents, siblings, friends who started a trip from point A to point B and sadly never made it home. That's what my job is every day, is to think about how to drive that number toward zero. Unfortunately, I'm standing before you today saying that number increased by 2.42% in 2020. Yeah, it's impossible to think about anything in 2020 without looking at it in context of the pandemic. And you've seen the data showing you the vehicle miles traveled in 2020. I'm going to show you data that shows correlation between that and the number of crashes that occurred in 2020. And yet, you're looking at a 2.42% increase in fatalities that accompanies the decrease in crashes that I'm going to show you. So I think it's important for us to look, one of the takeaways is that crashes are sharply lower, but unfortunately, fatalities are on the rise. Fact, 847. So I always say in the TREDS era, so let me tell you what I mean by that. So the Traffic Records Electronic Database System is what we keep at DMV, and that's our record of all of the crashes in Virginia as reported by police throughout the Commonwealth. TREDS is a 12-year-old entity now. I mean, we've been keeping TREDS as it exists today in a very robust data set. We've been keeping it for only 12 years. So I'm not as certain about the data before the TREDS era as I am during the TREDS era. This is the highest number of fatalities in the TREDS era. We'll stop. Next slide, please. So I'm going to touch on all of these categories briefly, but the three that I'm going to concentrate on in my presentation to you are those that relate to alcohol, speed-related, and unrestrained. In our highway safety business, we call that the big three, commonly referred to as belts, booze, and speed. Those are our big three when it comes to fatalities on the roadways. On the right, you'll see highlighted in red, those are the areas in 2020 where we saw an increase in the percentage of all of these categories. So you'll see in the big three, there was an increase. No surprise, therefore, that our overall fatality total would be higher. I would like to particularly point out speed-related at 16.3%. I think that anecdotally and throughout the year during COVID, we'd heard many reports about how we had seen an increase in the number of speed-related crashes, speed-related injuries and fatalities. End of the year bore that out. 406, highest total in the TREDS era. Unrestrained, 12%, almost 13% increase. Again, highest number in the TREDS era. We saw distracted driving was flat. One of the positive things I think we can point out, and I would point to this anyway, but it was interesting to see in relation to the comments made by Ms. Schewel, that our pedestrian fatalities were down 8%, even though we saw a dramatic increase in pedestrian activity. If you'll skip down a few, I would point out bicycles as well, down 38%. Small numbers, but still down 5 fatalities in a period of time in which we saw increased bicycle activity. So this is all; those are good points on this slide, and also mature driver involved. Mature drivers had really increased in 2019. It was good to see the mature driver numbers move in a positive direction in 2020. Senator, I don't think you should count yourself in that category. Conversely, yes, thank you for pointing that out. Teen drivers, unfortunately, we saw a teen driver involved, an increase in those numbers. And I will say, on the final thing on this slide is that the bottom data point, which is serious injuries for all crashes, this has been a real trend over the last 10, 12 years, is that serious injuries continue to decrease at a pretty steady pace, and have for many years, and we experienced that. Again, a 5% decrease, which again is good news. And for this particular board, work zone fatalities down 35%, also a very positive result. Next slide, please. Here it is. This shows you the total number of crashes that I was talking about. And you know, I don't think I really have to say much other than clearly VMT and COVID had a tremendous impact on the number of crashes on the roadways in 2020. In fact, that number, and I have the percentage total here somewhere, and I'll find it for you, but okay, that's a huge percentage drop. Slide, please. Total fatalities. Again, you'll see it in comparison to 4 previous years. It was 2017 where we experienced a huge increase. And for the first time went over 800 in quite some time, and we've been staying at that level ever since.
Hey, George. Could I, I've shared this with you and I know our team, but this is just a hypothesis that Garrett Moore, when we were looking at the trends of serious injury and crashes going down, but fatalities were going up. And I think I've shared this with the board before, but his theory was that we are so distracted in our cars that when we do have an accident, we are not even braking. So the impact is actually, and many times, killing us, when before it could have been injury of some kind, but more people are dying. So the fact that we're not braking in his mind, because we're distracted and the accident comes upon us so quickly that we can't react, was how he was trying to grapple with it. I don't know quite. George, is there a, do we have a theory as to why this is happening?
Well, in 2020, I think there.
On 2020.
Okay,
but,
but beyond 2020,
yeah.
right? Yes, and I think that everyone would be correct in suggesting that we are having an issue with distractions in vehicles. One of the things that would point to that hypothesis would be things like failure to yield. I mean, in other words, not knowing that you would have to yield because you missed the stop sign or stoplight or that type of thing. That particular driver action is 7.5% of our crashes. 7.5. And then, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
No.
And I'm just talking out loud with you. Sorry.
Following too close, that's 11%. So for an officer to write following too close would indicate that the person was not giving enough space between the car in front of them and, enough time to stop. So not stopping or not stopping properly would have some impact on increasing those numbers. So that's 11, so that's 18, 20. I would say, just spitballing it right here, that that's a good argument to make, that is having some impact.
I just think it's interesting. We're seeing the crashes drop so dramatically and fatalities go. Mr. Rucker.
Sure.
As a corollary to that, the unrestrained driver phenomenon still is a prominent factor, even with these other elements in place. And that's one of those things that keep bringing up. We had that discussion this morning with reference to education. It still happens. And in the period of COVID, that went up.
Yes, it did. And I have some slides and some crash facts about unrestrained that when we get to that slide, I would be very eager to pass along. But thank you for pointing that. I mean, unrestrained clearly, in crashes in which wearing a restraint was a possibility, but that means excluding pedestrians, excluding motorcycles and bicycles, mopeds. 56% were unrestrained. 56% of the fatalities were unrestrained.
Madam Secretary, do we have the data how we compare with other states in terms of the percentage rates of unrestrained fatalities?
The answer to that question is yes, we do. But it's not exactly an apples to apples comparison because many of the surrounding states are primary seatbelt states. And you have to compare Virginia, you don't have to. I think that it's better to compare Virginia to other states that have secondary law, because the secondary law actually does have an impact on the number of fatalities that are unrestrained in a state. And you can see in the National National Safety Council, NHTSA, several others have done research that and send to us on an annual basis the number of lives that they believe would be saved if we were to implement a primary seatbelt law. because, and they use for that data from other states that went from secondary to primary. And, you know, we're talking 90 to 100 lives every year that could be saved if we went from a secondary law to a primary law.
We'll point out that Donohue and I can vouch for the fact that we worked very, very, very hard to get
Indeed.
seatbelts as a primary, the open container law, and some speed issues as well, Nick. So we worked very, very, very hard. Yes. I still give a great deal of thanks to Senator Lucas and Delegate Jay Jones for carrying that legislation.
One of the things on the total fatalities that I'd like to point out as it relates to some information that you got from Ms. Schewel, when she was talking, I found it interesting when you talk about change in time and space and how that had shifted in terms of vehicle miles traveled. So indeed, that also shifted in terms of fatalities, interestingly. The hours of 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. had the largest decrease of any time period. So from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in 2020, our fatalities were actually down 25%. And from 3 a.m. to 3 p.m., our fatalities were down 11.5%. But from 6 p.m. to 3 a.m., our fatalities were up 13%. So things did shift, much as they did in vehicle miles traveled, they shift in fatalities. So I thought that was an interesting point that she brought up. I was able to just look during her presentation. Next slide, please. So for the remainder of the presentation, I'm going to be showing you some information monthly, by the month, because I don't think that you can look at 2020 any other way. You need to look at 2020 in terms of how it sort of how it evolved over the months. And you're going to see some very similar kinds of V curves that you saw with the VMT and previous presentations. You're also going to see some that differ. But in this slide and the ones like it, you're going to see the blue line is 2020, the red line is 2019, and the bar graph is a 5-year average. And so it shows 2020 as it relates to both the previous year and to the 5-year average. And you'll see that we started off 2020 sort of in a deficit situation. We had a very deadly January and February in terms of historical precedent. Then we move into a pandemic in April and May, where you see that not unlike VMT, our fatalities actually decreased. However, not at the level that you might expect, and you'll see that on the next slide. But then again, we saw this very deadly rebound in the summer months. This is something that you will see throughout all of the categories, and that's how it evolved or how it unfolded in 2020. The next slide, please. So this slide and the ones like it later show the crashes with the line graph and the fatalities with the bar graph. And I wanted to show them together so you can see that while we might have had in the early pandemic months of March, April, and May, we might have had a decrease in fatalities. In fact, we did have a decrease in fatalities. It certainly did not decrease at the same rate or the same pace as the crashes did. I would point out to the crashes in April, for example. You see, that is your classic V curve like you saw in the VMT. It would be interesting to sort of layer that on top of the VMT graph to see, but it looks very similar, or it should look very similar. However, the fatalities on the bar graph, you'll see, do not look like that at all. Next slide, please. So before we get into speed related, I wanted to point out some overall crash facts. And I'm going to preface this by saying that we were able to embargo our 2020 crash facts until I was able to give this presentation. But at some point today, the crash facts will go out today or tomorrow, sometime soon. But I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a preview on some of the crash facts that are in that report. Crashes by road type were 82% were non-interstate, 33% were single vehicle, and 67% were multi-vehicle. There was a crash every 5 minutes in the Commonwealth of Virginia last year, and 2.3 lives were lost every day. 1 out of 31.7 licensed drivers were involved in a crash in 2020. Of the 847 fatalities, and I think that this is an interesting point, 614 were drivers, 114 were pedestrians, and 119 were passengers. And when we look at the age categories, this I think is interesting as well. Over 70 was the highest age category. 109 fatalities were over 70. 26 to 30 is the next highest age group, and there were 100 of those. And 21 to 25 is the next highest. That's 91. Sussex County was the highest death rate per 1,000 registered drivers at 1.84. To put that in perspective, the state death rate per 1,000 registered drivers was 0.14. 16 jurisdictions, just in that on a positive note, 16 jurisdictions experienced 0 fatalities in 2020. So we like to point that out, and we recognize those at DMV. We recognize those jurisdictions every year. So on to speed-related crashes. You can see again these speed-related crashes down significantly, 9.1%. However, we'll see on the next slide that our speed-related fatalities were up 16.3%. Again, the highest in 12 years. On the next slide, you'll see the monthly totals, again, as they compare to 2019 and the 5-year average. Again, you will see the summer months, and particularly July. July was more than two times above the 5-year average in terms of speed-related fatalities. Just in the month of July alone in 2020, we experienced 57 speed-related fatalities. Next slide, please. Again, the B curve that you see here is for the crashes. Not surprisingly, again, following VMT, but as compared to the fatalities far outstripped the crashes. Some speed-related crash facts. 64% of speeding drivers were male. One of the things that has been mentioned to me, asked of me, is do you think that that COVID had an impact on law enforcement? It just did. We have a number of law enforcement grants that we give at DMV, and a good 2/3 of those at some point during COVID self-suspended their grant activity because of COVID. So it is not surprising to know that speeding convictions dropped 42% 2020. Speeding crashes were 21.3% of all crashes. Of the 406 speeding fatalities, 310 of those were drivers, 67 were passengers, and 29 were pedestrians. Interestingly, 80% of the speeding fatalities were non-interstate. And the highest age category, again, was 26 to 30, and then 21 to 25. And I get asked all the time about the demographics that we choose to focus on when we're doing educational efforts. And it's 18 to 30-year-old male. That's what we're seeing, 18 to 30. That did not change in COVID. Your 18 to 30-year-old male is still your highest category when it comes to bad driving behaviors.
Total development.
And Fairfax and Chesterfield County were the highest jurisdictions in speeding-related fatalities with 21 each, followed by Virginia Beach with 27 at 17. Next slide, please. So here is the one statistic that bucked the trend in terms of reduction in crashes, unfortunately, and it's unrestrained. Unrestrained crashes were up 6.7% in 2020. All of the other crashes were down significantly, and this one was up. Next slide, please. So, and again, here are the unrestrained fatality numbers, up 12.8% over 2019. The next slide will show you the monthly unrestrained fatalities, and shows only a minor decrease in the early pandemic months. Very, very minor decrease in March, and then and in May, an increase actually in April over 2019. But then, of course, again in the summer, we experienced a huge increase with unrestrained. Next slide, please.
Streets.
I've got it, George. I got a quick question on the unrestrained. I know you have the stat, but I'm just curious if you top of your head as far as unrestrained location. Yeah. Stayed up in rural areas, so are more unrestrained definitely in the stat.
So we have 225 fatalities on rural roadways, and 118 fatalities on urban roadways.
George, what was it on rural?
Rural 225, urban 118. So the answer is yes.
It's double. So is that where we should put more of our resources?
So we do. Again, if I were to have expanded on my description of the demographic that we choose to focus on when it pertains to unrestrained, it is the rural 18 to 30-year-old male. It is not by accident that we have messaging that goes to in and around NASCAR events, for example. These are folks that need to get the message to buckle up. Rural 18 to 30-year-old males are a major focus point. Now, I will say this, that there was an increase this year that was higher in the Tidewater area than there was out in Southwest. So we did experience an increase in unrestrained fatalities in the Tidewater area this year. And we will be focusing a lot of attention on Tidewater this coming year, well, 2021, in terms of unrestrained. Sure. Next slide. Okay, before we get to alcohol related, I just wanted to point out, I was able to give you the stats on rural versus urban, and seatbelt convictions. Seatbelt convictions in 2020, not surprisingly, were down 39%. I gave you the biggest stat of all, I think, which is that 56.1% of all fatalities are persons not wearing their seatbelt. By age category, it's 21 to 25 is the highest group, and then 26 to 30. And an interesting fact about the 70 plus age category. 33 of the 70 plus fatalities were unbelted, but 54 of them were restrained. And it's the only age category in which the number of restrained fatalities was higher than the number of unrestrained. So it's interesting. I don't know whether it has to do with the age of the body and the nature of a crash to an older body, probably, but it is an interesting fact. There, 20% of our unrestrained drivers were drinking. 145 of the 343 unrestrained fatalities were either partially ejected or fully ejected. Partially 44 and fully ejected 101. And your probability of not surviving a crash if you were ejected is significantly higher. Okay, moving on to alcohol related. Our alcohol related crashes were down 6%, but the next slide will show you that our fatalities were up 3%. Lower than 2018 in sort of a statistical realm. But it is interesting to note that this is during a period of time in which restaurants and bars were by and large either closed or had severe restrictions or had severely limited hours of operation. I was very disappointed to see this number not much lower. I think everyone is. Next slide, please. For whatever reason, if you look at December, and I like to look at December because in December we but we experienced 10 fatalities, much lower than the 5-year average. That's was definitely moving in the right direction. So thank goodness for whatever was going on in December. But we were and that was the thing. Down. Yeah, everybody was locked down, right? Yeah. So 10 fatalities, even though everyone was locked down, and that's depressing. Cancel Christmas. Okay, next slide, please. And you'll see that, wow, look at the drop that we had in alcohol-related crashes in April. Huge. Some interesting alcohol crash facts. There was a 24.5% decrease in DUI convictions in 2020 for lots of reasons. 68% of the DUI convictions are male. By age, fatalities in alcohol related are, again, 26 to 30-year-old group is the highest, followed by the 21 to 25. The highest jurisdictions for alcohol-related fatalities are Fairfax County and Virginia Beach. Next slide. Oh, yes.
Before advancing, my colleague asked this question on the side. You had mentioned, and I think we all are aware of restaurants and bars having restricted hours during this phase.
Yes.
But has anyone been in communication with the ABC board with reference to the sale of alcohol generally within the population during that same time period?
I cannot speak for the Alcohol Beverage Control Board. I don't know those stats, unfortunately.
That would be interesting to know as well.
You mean
especially
the total
since
amount
you
of
could not
sales?
get it. Right.
Yeah.
You had to get it on your own.
Speaking anecdotally, and it works there.
Yeah.
All year.
There have been reports of alcohol sales across the country.
Okay, next slide, please. And this is the final slide, really, but this just shows as a percentage of total fatalities, the various categories. We talked about unrestrained. You could see how that increased from 52% of total fatalities in 2019 to 56%. Speed related, again, up. It was now 47.9 as opposed to 42.2 in 2019. And alcohol, again, was up, not a ton, but again, given everything, the fact that it was up is distressing. Distracted driving as a percentage was lower. Tour driver was 3% lower. pedestrian fatalities and motorcycle fatalities all lower. Next slide, please. And that's my presentation, Madam Secretary. I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody might have.
I will just point out that when I was saying that we worked really hard to get these safety measures passed, I was really thinking of the General Assembly. And so Nick, of course, he stepped out, but they did pass in the House. I just couldn't get out of it.
Indeed, yeah.
A little bit of a, Mr.
So,
Dodson.
Yeah, a couple of questions. I mean, you said 16 localities did not have any.
Correct.
Was that counties, towns, or cities?
Jurisdictions, correct. So
All together.
there were 2 counties and 14 cities.
2 counties, were they? Do you remember?
I do know that.
Interesting.
Off the top of my
Okay. I asked a question you couldn't answer.
Well, no, I've got it.
You
So
got it?
while you ask the other one, I'll find it.
When you go back to the numbers of fatalities, when you have someone, the numbers didn't rack up, it's like 843 altogether. But I mean, if you're 30 years old, you're drunk, you're speeding, you're looking at your mobile phone at the time, so that counts like 4 different instances. So that's 4 different things, but there's 1 fatality. Okay. The other thing is, I see alcohol related. Do you have anything about drug related? Obviously, marijuana is going to be more prevalent as of July 1st. And there'll be a lot more drug use if you consider marijuana a drug. And everything's alcohol related, but everybody's, people do meth, people do speed, nobody I know. People do coke, okay? So, I just want to say that. Qualifier. Go ahead.
So we do, and but I'm gonna say that we don't know the extent of the issue, and here's why.
The issue of drugs,
drug-related
fatalities.
We do not know the extent to which we have a drug-related driving problem, and this is why. When they run the blood work on someone,
Died,
and
been killed in an accident.
Correct. Or, well, even if they're not killed, if someone is getting their blood work done to determine, and if someone dies, then we do get that data. But if someone does not die, then they hit 0.10, in other words, enough to make a conviction. 0.08 I know is that, but if they hit 0.10, they stop looking for anything else. They run the alcohol first, they hit 0.10, they know they're going to get a conviction, they just stop looking for anything else. And that's done for lots of reasons, resources, time, all kinds of things. But what that means is that I don't know whether that person has a polysubstance issue going on at the same time that they have alcohol. If they don't hit alcohol, then they can look for other things, but that's when drug recognition experts come into play. So if someone on the side of the road gets pulled over on the side of the road, they're exhibiting signs of impairment, and the law enforcement officer puts them through the standardized field sobriety tests, and they still show signs of impairment, but then when they blow in the breathalyzer, they blow 0 or 0.01 or something to indicate something less than, then they're at a loss. And that's why you need to have drug recognition experts, because drug recognition expert can come in and they're trained to go over an individual's behavior, the signs that they're exhibiting, and select the category of drugs that they believe that that person is under based upon how they're presenting. And then the blood work can be drawn to look at those specific categories of blood. And if they hit on that, based upon the drug recognition experts' belief, then you've got grounds for an arrest for drug driving. There is no roadside test for drugs. And frankly, the science is not there to support whether or not there is a per se for THC and that kind of thing. So it is a much more difficult situation. It's a long answer to your question, but yes, we do have a drug-related problem, but we don't know the extent of it. And hopefully we have been given some assistance in getting more drug recognition experts up to speed. DMV is working on that. State Police is working on that. The administration and the General Assembly have given us some resources. So hopefully we'll be able to address that in a timely way, given the fact that marijuana use will be legalized in a few weeks.
Okay.
So Shannon Marshall, is Marshall Herman in the building? He's on vacation. Because the governor's leadership, which is through the administration, this is something that we're also tackling. And so it's a very good question.
And if I could answer his first question last,
Two counties.
Craig County and Highland County.
Very low populated counties.
Correct.
Up in the mountains.
Mr. Merrill.
I just had one question. You mentioned in one of your subcategories, the driver versus the non-driver.
Correct.
Of the total fatalities, what's the distribution between the driver versus the non-driver?
Glad you asked that. I had that written down, but I'm going to pull it up on my screen here. The driver versus non-driver stats. I believe it was 614 drivers, 119 passengers, 114 pedestrians.
Thank you.
Mr. Castaway.
A lot of. I wonder if in the future, understand the reason life for dealing with absolute numbers different than the other. But I think it'd be helpful in helping us analyze the trends if you presented it on a VM-based. I guess one of the things that this current data set, it takes some of these numbers and would just rocket them off the chart. That's not the intent, but it'd be nice to know that on these various categories, pacing VMT better or doing worse. So for future presentations, just having that as perhaps an alternative set of data just enhances our ability to understand what the real trends are.
Sure, thank you. Oftentimes I rely on our VDOT friends to bring in that VMT to sort of add that extra layer. And but yes, that's point well taken, and we'll make sure that that's part of any future if I'm asked to return.
Especially on things like unrestrained, where there's I think it normalize that for VMT, it would
Sure.
be even more dramatic.
Absolutely.
Anybody else?
Madam Secretary, thank you so
Well,
much.
the one thing thank you for doing this. It's very sobering to see these numbers, as I've said to you before. Anyway, we'll just continue to try to determine how we can affect these behaviors. Challenging when you're looking at it from an infrastructure standpoint and we're dealing with behaviors. So, right, thank you. And we were the first body, I think, to hear the numbers.
Sorry?
We
You were the first body to hear
Yeah.
yes, yes.
So it's kind of breaking news. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Mark Cole. We might need some something to help us get in a good mood. Aren't you all glad you're here?
Unrestrained.
Touche.
Right. Good morning, Madam Secretary and members of the board. It's great to be with you today to talk about some of our efforts to address some of these issues that George has talked a lot about this morning. Next slide, please. I appreciate George's detailed review of what we saw in 2020. This slide gives us a longer view of the picture of traffic deaths in red and serious injuries in blue in our state over time. So you can see that while we have seen considerable progress with reductions of serious injuries on our roadways, the traffic deaths on our roadways has been a harder issue for us to solve. So after the Great Recession, we saw a big drop in our traffic deaths down all the way to about 700. And then it has gone back up and unfortunately it stayed kind of at that new level around 800 to 850. And George talked about our 2020 number being 847. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is our strategy as to how we're trying to get these numbers to reduce to zero and to begin to make progress and further progress, making sure all our roads are safe. Next slide, please. So how we do this and how all states are required to do this is we develop a strategic safety plan. This is a federal requirement, and we develop a plan every 5 years that considers all the data we have access to. In that plan, we kind of lay out the emphasis areas and our strategies and actions that we believe might have the biggest opportunity to reduce our deaths and injuries to zero. So Virginia's plan is a Toward Zero Deaths plan. Our goal is to get to zero, and we work with a lot of other state agencies and private partners trying to tackle this issue. Not only is this an engineering issue that we work on, but it also involves education, emergency responders, and enforcement of our traffic laws in the state. Next slide. So our current plan actually expires in calendar year 2021. So we're already underway planning for our next strategic highway safety plan. And I put that in bold on this slide because I want to make sure you're aware that we're currently putting together our strategies and actions that will kind of guide our highway safety work over the next several years. We would love to have your input. We'll be doing a number of public outreach efforts over the next months, and we want to get all the people on board who are interested in this topic because it's a multifaceted issue that requires all of us to work together. You can see here that our emphasis areas in the current plan touch on a lot of the areas that George talked about in his presentation. Roadway departure, intersections, and pedestrian and bicycle continue to be major focus areas for VDOT with some of our infrastructure efforts that we're going to talk about shortly, but also some of our behavior areas that George touched on quite a bit, like impaired driving, occupant protection, speeding. We have a need not only for infrastructure to address traffic safety, but also behavioral and education efforts as well. Next slide. So this slide has a lot of information on it. This is a heat map of fatal and serious injury crashes that occurred on our roadways over a 5-year period that ended in calendar year 2020. And the purpose of this slide is to really show you a snapshot of the interrelationships of all the various factors that we track through the crash report form that's filled out when a crash happens on our roads. I highlighted a couple of the major areas on the left-hand side of the screen to include road departure, speeding, and unrestrained. And if we look at road departure as an example and kind of walk across the horizontal line, you can see that almost 14,000 fatal or serious injury road departure crashes occurred during this 5-year period. And as you walk further across that horizontal line, you can see in red or in orange how that speeding and unrestrained was also a factor in many of those roadway departure crashes. We won't walk through all of these examples today, but I encourage you to take a look at this as you're interested and able, because many of these different types of crashes have a number of these factors involved. And road departure, speeding, and unrestrained unfortunately seem to complement each other. You often have several of those behaviors involved in road departure crashes. Next slide, please. Back at the end of 2019, the board adopted a new funding policy for Virginia's Highway Safety Improvement Program. And as part of that policy, the board directed VDOT to install 8 proven safety countermeasures on all VDOT maintained roads in the Commonwealth. These are those countermeasures that we've been focused on, to include high visibility traffic signal backplates and flashing yellow arrows. You may have seen many of those installed recently on roads and traffic signals near where you are. But in addition, we also have additional efforts on curves, pedestrian crossings, unsignalized intersections, and then 3 countermeasures that are targeting road departure crashes when we repave a road, such as shoulder wedge and centerline and edgeline rumble strips. So we know that these are proven safety countermeasures that have been demonstrated to reduce crashes both in Virginia and across the country. And our effort here is to try to really double down on these items, because we know they work, in hopes that we'll have the greatest impact on reducing crashes in the state. Now, in addition to directing us to install these 8 proven safety countermeasures, the 2019 board policy also directed VDOT not to fund other safety projects until 2026, because we want to focus on getting these projects completed first across the whole state. In addition, as we have leftover funds from projects that get completed, we were directed to use those funds to further accelerate this work. So that's what we've been focused on doing over the past year plus since that board action was approved. Next slide. And just to loop what we're doing here back to those emphasis areas that I mentioned in the earlier slide, the countermeasures that we're focused on, in many cases, support more than one of our emphasis areas in our strategic highway safety plan. So if you look at the bottom of this table, centerline and edgeline rumble strips, those have been proven to address road departure crashes and reduce those. In addition, the rumble strips can also help impaired drivers by raising awareness when a driver, even if they're impaired, is beginning to leave the travelway. In addition, rumble strips can help keep the speed at the levels the road was designed and posted to be. And most all of these countermeasures also help our young drivers who are still getting a feel for how to be a safe driver on the roadway. Now, one item that is not addressed by any of these infrastructure countermeasures that we talked about earlier is occupant protection. Occupant protection is an area that infrastructure is not able to address, and we need education and enforcement and behavior change really to help us address and tackle that occupant protection issue. Next slide. So the rest of the presentation is to give you an annual update on where we are implementing these 8 safety countermeasures. As you can see, we have begun to make considerable progress and are nearing completion for high-vis backplates and flashing yellow arrows. Our districts have been working really hard to complete these items, and we have had great success already. For the high visibility backplates, 93% of those are complete across the state, with over 2,800 traffic signals being treated to date. And flashing yellow arrow is at 82% complete. This data is through the end of May, just for reference. And we have completed over 1,100 flashing yellow arrows as of the end of May of this year. You'll notice that curve signs, pedestrian crossings, and the other items, we're making progress, but those percentages are lower. The reason for that largely is because our funding initially was focused on completing those 2 traffic signal items first, and the funding for curve signs and the other countermeasures is provided later in the program, so over the next several years. For the paving related items, which are the 3 on the bottom right, that funding is being provided over a resurfacing cycle, so it will take us up to 15 years to complete those items. Next slide, please. So where we are today in the process is each year as the 6-year budget is completed and provided, we go through a process to review all of our projects in the highway safety program and to make sure that we're providing funding as needed and as early as possible. We also have to look at the budget to make sure that each year we don't spend more than the annual allocation for the safety program. And so very recently, we've been adjusting funding and schedules for the systemic plan based on the new budget. And with the new budget, we have a little additional funding as compared to the previous budget in the first 2 years. But once we get to fiscal year 24, which is year 3 of the plan, we don't have the same funding levels that we do early in the 6-year plan process. So as a result, we are accelerating the funding to match those annual budget values and using this opportunity to accelerate the 8 countermeasures and complete those as soon as possible. And each year, as the budget picture changes, if the outer years of the plan provide more safety funding, then we will be prepared to further accelerate these projects or to begin new safety efforts. Next slide, please. So this slide has a lot of information comparing the original implementation plan that the board approved back in 2019 and our revised plan, which represents where we are today after making those budget and schedule adjustments. A couple things to point out if you look at the revised plan on the lower side of the screen. For high visibility backplates and flashing yellow arrows, we originally planned to complete those by July 1st. We still plan to complete those in 8 of 9 districts by July 1st, but we need until December to complete that work in our Northern Virginia district. For each of these countermeasures, we do a field review to make sure that we're installing the devices on all the locations we can. And for high visibility backplates, we identified 400 additional locations, which is good news. 400 locations that were able to receive these devices as compared to our original estimates. So we are proceeding with those. We've also decided to coordinate the flashing yellow arrow and high visibility backplate work together so that we minimize disruption to the traveling public. And by doing that, we're going to need some additional time in Northern Virginia for those first 2 items. But we are, as you recall from the earlier slide, we're 93% complete with the backplates and 82% complete with the flashing yellow arrows to date. Moving down the list of items in the revised plan, for curve delineation, we've adjusted the funding by $1 million, and we've also moved the completion date up by 1 year to complete in 2023, in addition to providing funding earlier in the 6-year plan to match the budget. The funding increase is due to finding 40 additional locations in our Lynchburg district that we're able to treat. So again, that is good that we are able to do more locations than we anticipated when we started out. And then for pedestrian crossings, this is another one that as we've performed the field reviews, we've identified an additional 200 intersections that are able to receive the crosswalks and countdown signals. So this revised plan provides additional funding to be able to complete those locations, and it maintains the original schedule of 2025 to complete that work. The last big change in the revised plan is originally for the unsignalized intersection item, we didn't have enough funding to complete all 1,600 locations. With the new budget, we've been able to provide full funding for that item. So this plan will fully fund the unsignalized intersections, and we plan to complete that work by 2024. Those are the major changes that you see here, and this plan will match our annual budget values. Next slide, please. One thing that as time goes on, and hopefully I continue to see you each year to give you an annual report, we will want to talk about performance to date. As we install these devices, we also will be doing a before and after study to see if the effectiveness meets or exceeds our expectations. All 8 of the countermeasures we're installing have been proven. They're promoted by Federal Highway. They've been effective in Virginia and other places. But we need to have them in place long enough so that we can do a before and after evaluation. The first locations that we've talked about today in our installation have been in for under a year or maybe a year at most. And we need those to be in at least a year so that we can begin to do the first before and after comparisons. So we'll begin that work soon for the first devices that were installed. And beginning with next year's annual report, we plan to present that information so that you can see, as we will see, how effective these devices are. Next slide, please. So after today, we have a lot of great things happening for the remainder of the year in the highway safety program. Number one and first on our list is to continue to focus on figuring out how to complete these 8 initiatives as quickly as possible as the funding allows. So we're well on our way. We're going to continue to keep our eye on that and do a great job. Then later this summer and fall, we're also going to be working to finalize a new strategic highway safety plan that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. We're going to be getting some input on that, and that will guide us as we decide what areas we need to emphasize and focus on, and as we set the strategy to really have a positive impact on traffic safety over the next 5 years. This winter, we hope to be ready to bring that plan back to the board for your input and approval. In addition, we've also been working to determine what set of safety countermeasures we will recommend after we complete the current 8. So we plan to bring you a proposal that will include the next countermeasures and efforts that will follow our current plan. We plan to bring that back later this year as well. And then our hope, if all goes well, is that next spring, when we approve the 6-year plan for fiscal year 23 to 2028, we will have the funding earmarked for that next implementation plan as part of that 6-year plan update. With that, we can go to the next slide, and I'll see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Questions?
Secretary, one of the most effective things on that center, just an engineering question, it's only done at repaving. For some reason, I thought it was done for a long period of time.
Mr. Yates, it depends on the quality of the pavement, because then we'll degrade the pavement prematurely if it's near the end of its service life. But there are opportunities to be able to accelerate it. We have 15 years down as far as what we think our overlay schedules would be, so that it's implemented with new pavements that are associated with it. However, we've gone in and retrofitted some areas that have adequate pavement quality to be able to allow for the implementation. But that is our gauge coming back to you, and when we think that we would be able to successfully implement those countermeasures.
So it has
statewide.
been done to some existing pavement?
Yes, it has.
Okay.
We have, absolutely. We've retrofitted a number of our facilities, but it's dependent upon the quality of the pavement that's there.
But your point is spot on. It's in my mind too. It takes a long time to do this, and it's so effective. So
That's the best one about
I'm thinking the same thing. And, the omnibus bill, transportation bill, provided additional funding for us to invest in safety, but just thinking through how we can accelerate this.
Yes, that's a great point. And in those first 2 years of the 6-year plan, the new omnibus bill funding is what is allowing us to do this acceleration.
Yes. So anyway, Mr. Yates, I feel the same way. Anybody else? Mr. Tom.
Thank you. I noticed on, I guess the heat map on page 5 or slide 5, that distracted driver crashes actually exceeded alcohol-related crashes. And it wasn't listed as an emphasis area for the last few years. Do you see distracted driving crashes increasing? And what's the answer to that?
Yeah, it's hard to know as far as whether they'll be increasing or not. I know George earlier talked a lot about some of the different behavior-related crashes, and he may have some additional input on distracted driving. What I will mention is in the emphasis areas before, distracted was included under impaired driving. So impaired driving included drinking, distracted, drowsy, and drugged. So it had 4 underlying behaviors all associated with that item. And each of those have strategies within the plan. Hopefully that will help us over time as we follow that game plan to get those to reduce and not increase. I do think with distracted driving, there are some issues with how that data is collected, and George is probably better suited to talk to that.
Interesting to know how many citations they've issued since the cell phone. Based on what I observed.
Really? Oh, getting worse, it seems.
Interesting. Mr. Dodson.
Just one question. One thing about cell phone use in driving, our state just obviously passed the legislation. Other states have had it, and we operate in several different states. And you go to other states that have had it for quite some time, as far as a fine for driving, like talking, and you sit at a stoplight and you don't see anybody that much driving. But in Virginia, half the people driving. Go from there. On the rumble strips, rumble strips have a priority in relation to accident information? If you have a roadway that has a lot of accident or crashes, have they prioritized to have those rumble strips done ahead of everybody else, Mr. Cole?
Yes, that's a great question. We do a lot of work to prioritize where we target these improvements. So for the rumble strip items, we know that our primary system carries the bulk of our road departure crashes, and so we wanted to focus on treating the primary system first. But for all of our countermeasures that we're installing, we do a lot of targeted safety analysis so that we can focus where those are installed on the most effective locations. Another area we really focus on a lot with data analysis is pedestrian safety. So for example, the crosswalks that we're installing are at locations determined to have a higher risk for pedestrians based on our analysis.
Thank you. Is VDOT constrained in how they use these funds? Because in looking at your slide 6, 8, and 10, it seems that there's a better return on investment on some of the things that are postponed. I mean, the backdrops on the traffic lights and the turn signals have a 10 to 15% improvement, but the curved lanes, the rumbles, they're having a 40 to 60% improvement. So do you have total flexibility as to how to take these funds and get a bigger return on investment? It's almost like, stop smoking versus blood pressure checks. Where do you save more lives?
Sure, that's a great question. You are correct that the return on investment for some of the items is higher than others, but we know that there's a good return on investment for all of them. And when we first put together the plan back in 2019, we wanted to focus on being able to complete some of the items as quickly as possible. And we had already made a lot of progress on the high-vis backplates and the flashing yellow arrow. So we made a strategic decision at the time to go ahead and knock those out in the first 2 years so that they would be in our rearview mirror, hopefully reaping the benefits. And then we would continue to tackle some of those other issues that are are more of a challenge and need more time to complete. We have a lot of miles of the rumble strip to complete and of the pavement shoulder wedge. And so really it's a much more involved, time-consuming effort. And so that's part of the reason why the initial focus was put on the 2 traffic signal items with the other to follow.
Good, Commissioner.
Mr. Merrill, I'd like to compliment what Mr. Cole has indicated, because in 2019, we had a dichotomy of improvements that were underway depending on the district. So certainly when we identified these 8 systemic improvements, they certainly have a differing benefit cost ratio or return on our investment is what we'd say. But it was very important that if it works in one location, it should work in all. And so we wanted consistency for the motoring public, especially on our traffic signals. So we wanted to finish those, as Mark said, put that in, get a check in the box, get those off of our plate and say that we're now consistent on a statewide basis for those improvements, and then allow us to refocus our energy on those other improvements, such as the edge line and center line rumble strips, to be able to focus that and hopefully accelerate it. You make an excellent point that that slide 11 that certainly shows the benefit cost ratio of center line and edge line rumble strips being 40 to 50 or 30 and 40% benefit cost ratio. That's going to be our next big ticket item as we go through this, but it's going to take time because it is on a maintenance basis, and where we can retrofit, we will. But in many of these areas, it will take some improvements to the pavement structure that we have in place, or in fact, needing to upgrade our shoulders to be able to accommodate the installation of those rumble strips. But the main point in both of those first 2 check boxes is we needed to get something done and not have it out there. I think the initial schedule in 2019 was that we would not see full implementation until 2025. So we really made a concerted effort. Let's finish that up. Let's get it consistent across, no matter where you are, whether it be Bristol or Northern Virginia, on the look and feel of our system. And then let us focus back onto these other improvements that are going to take a little time.
One other thing just to add as far as strategy goes, back in 2019, we decided to focus on VDOT maintained roads first. So I should have mentioned that what we're talking about here today is really to complete these countermeasures on VDOT maintained roads. But we also put a bookmark back in 2019 to say that we need to, in the future, come back and do similar types of work and investments on the local system. So what we will likely be coming back to you later this year with recommendations for that next plan will include some similar types of improvements on the locally maintained roads in the state as well.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Cole.
Thank you.
I think looking for every opportunity to move this forward and accelerate it is really important. So thank you. Ms. Mathis. So we will suspend and break for lunch, and Mr. Donohue and Director Mitchell, I think I have a brief meeting with you.
Are we coming back?
I'll see you at 12:30. No. Let's say 1 o'clock.
It's good.
Another riveting presentation, which is how we describe it, Ms. Hines, when I'm listening to the original. I go, oh, did Mary Hines sign off? Okay, then. It's kind of the standard.
For this time.
Okay, very.
Madam Chair, members of the board, we're here on another regulatory review session. Basically, Next slide, please. Basically, under the law and as well as executive order, agencies or entities that promulgate regulations are required to periodically review those regulations for a variety of factors. The review is rather perfunctory. It's not intended to rewrite or go in an attempt to rewrite the regs, but rather to see if the regs are still current, whether they really are valid as regs any longer, et cetera. And so that's what we're here today. I'm going to be reviewing 8 sets of regs and offering proposed actions on the part of this body for the next action meeting. Next slide, please. Again, like I said, this is, we are doing this pursuant to a governor's executive order as well as Chapter 444 of the 2018 Acts of Assembly. It's noted that the Department of Planning and Budget is required to track and report to the General Assembly annually those agencies that are actually complying with the periodic review requirements. So there is somewhat of a check on this process. Next slide, please. Just very briefly, for those that don't recall, or it's been a while, the process goes as follows. The agency posts a notice to the public on the Virginia Town Hall that is beginning a periodic review. The notice is then published in the next edition of the Virginia Register of Regulations. The agency collects public comment on the regulations. That's the purpose of posting. And then within 120 days, at the end of the public comment period, the agency must report, or the body must report on its review and indicate one of the following courses of action: that the regulation will be retained as is, that the regulation will be amended, or that the regulation will be repealed. Next slide. We have made quite a bit of progress in this, in reviewing the full complement of regulations. We are now on the next to the last set. What we will be looking at today is a set of 8 regulations. Basically, the way the process works for purposes of the CTB, we provide you with a workshop presentation, which is what we're doing today. And then next month, we'll be asking you to take action, recommended actions. And again, the actions are generally very, very general. Either retain the reg as is, repeal the reg, or look at amending the reg. Next slide, please. This is the set of 8 regulations that we're asking the board to look at today and to consider. They are quite varied in nature, and we'll be going through each of those in detail. Next slide. The first set of regs involves, it's just the general rules and regulations of the CTB, and they're very fundamental regulations. Basically, what they do is, because of the CTB's general authority to protect traffic and or address or govern the use of systems of state highways, this regulation was promulgated, and it basically requires use of entities that are going to be doing work on the right-of-way to get land use permits. For those entities that want to establish entrances onto highways, they have to get entrance permits. And then there's some very general provisions in this regulation about how to submit documents to the CTB. This regulation was originally adopted by the CTB in 1995. We feel it's important enough. It's necessary for the protection of the public. We've received no public comments on this regulation. As a result, we're recommending that the regulation be retained as is. Next slide. The next regulation deals with administration of waysides and rest areas. Basically, pursuant to Section 33.2-246E of the Code of Virginia, the CTB is authorized to establish regulations for the use of recreational waysides, including regulations relating to the time, place, manner of parking vehicles, activities that may be conducted on such waysides, solicitation and selling within the waysides, and such other matters as may be necessary or expedient in the interest of the motoring public. If you look at the regulations, they primarily address matters that are pretty much focused on safety. This policy was originally adopted by the CTB in 1965. It was adopted as a regulation in 1995. The most recent review of this regulation was in 2013. Again, this is a regulation that's so fundamentally focused on safety that, and it's written to be understandable, no really negative impact on small businesses. We did not receive any public comments on the regulation, and as a result, we're recommending that it be retained as is.
Madam Secretary.
Yes,
Got a
Mr.
question-
Yates.
Question on this one. It may not involve this exact thing about waysides, but is this the one that this doesn't regulate sellers that are in there? It's totally different. It's under federal.
Madam Chair, it does to some extent. It does address what can or cannot be sold, but the federal law, since most of our rest areas are on interstate right-of-way, that's governed more by federal law, and our regulation will not trump federal law. So bottom line, it does govern what can be sold in the rest areas. It states, I think the way the regulation reads, that commissioner has authority to grant or give permission to whatever may be sold. But then the federal law is much more specific. It talks about vending, certain types of things that may be sold in the rest areas.
I just never have understood why the rest areas can do what they can do in.
Yeah, weren't they grandfathered in? I don't know the answer, so if anybody's streaming this, I'm,
But I think JoAnne will be able to answer.
Madam Chair, I think that's right. I think a lot of it depends on whether federal funds were used to build the interstate or that particular right-of-way or acquire that particular right-of-way. There was also a grandfathering aspect. I'm not real conversant on Maryland law, but I do know there are some, for instance, turnpikes, you see them all the time in Pennsylvania. They have significant commercial operations. But I think that has to do with the funding as well as potentially I do not believe, Madam Chair, unless the federal law changes. That is federal code.
Just seemed like it'd be nice to have facilities.
so, Mr. Walton, I see you back there. Do you know the answer?
That were in existence when this law went into effect. So because of that, they were grandfathered in.
My question is, that can never be changed in Virginia then?
No, the federal law would have to change. There's actually been language in the budget for many years that says if federal law changes, then we have the right to make the changes. That's been in the budget probably for 20 years.
Can't you seek an exemption from it though?
There've been so many attempts, particularly with alternative fuel vehicles, initially hydrogen vehicles. California asked, they wanted to sell hydrogen fuel at a rest area because, you know, the gas stations are the reason. I mean, all the things at the various exits, you know, impact their business. And but they turned nobody sells hydrogen, but they turned California down for that. And now with EV, you know, and that's obviously things that people really pushing is to have EV at the rest areas because it's so convenient. Although, look at a map in the city of Richmond, there are a lot of EV stations in Richmond today. I was surprised when I went along.
But you're saying we'll never be able to get them in our rest areas and that an example.
Unless the federal law changes.
Which is crazy. That's got to change. Everybody going EV.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Yates, I do think that there's a consortium of states that are working through to be able to introduce EVs into the vehicle fleet, looking at opportunities to be able to expand operations into the rest areas, but that's an ongoing conversation.
And I will say that it's funny, since you posed the question, I'm getting a lot of texts about it. So anyway, but yes, and as we have been working with our federal partners on recovery funds and infrastructure funds, we're making that point as well. So
There was a bill this year also that provides a path forward for the location of EV at the state facilities. In fact, I think one of the pictures was one at the Science Museum of Virginia. The example. So other than our rest areas, I guess we have other facilities, state facilities in which place EV charging.
Sorry, I just had.
No.
Especially
I told you, JoAnne, riveting. I told you.
And Madam Chair, I would
Unrestrained.
note that we have seen drafts of federal legislation that would, if nothing else, accommodate electric vehicle charging stations, but it has not managed to survive thus far.
Just right on target. I don't know.
So bottom line, we are recommending that this regulation be retained as is, given the current state of the law, et cetera. Next slide, please. The next slide is these regs are very similar to the prior regs. These regulations govern the administration of parking lots and environs. Basically pursuant to section 2.2, I'm sorry, wrong slide. Basically pursuant to section 33.2-118, which was enacted several years ago. Generally, prior to this statute, there was very little that could happen on the parking lots and environs in the way of selling. However, legislation introduced in that a couple of years ago would allow for mobile food vending in parking lots and environs. But I would note that to the extent a particular parking lot has been purchased using federal interstate funds, we cannot allow the mobile food vending in those parking rights. And there's some other criteria that are set out in that regulation. But again, the regulation is very similar to that we see for the rest areas. It governs most of what's being governed, or the type of activity that's being governed would be activity that's focused on safety of the users, et cetera. Again, the policy was originally adopted by the CTB back in 1974, was adopted as a regulation in 95. It was last amended in 2018 to address the mobile food vending. We believe the regulation is necessary for the protection of the public, given its safety focus. We received no public comments when we posted the reg, and as a result, we're recommending that the regulation be retained as is.
Secretary.
Ms. Hines.
Just
Only because I heard her first.
I did go back and read this, and it's really pretty much about food vending. I mean, not a whole lot else. And it's recently come to my attention that we do have some commuter parking lots that are not used for commuting weekends because people aren't commuting. And the question has arisen, what kinds of things, are special permissions needed to do things in those? And do we have policy that governs it? I'm not trying to raise a red flag. I just think it's a legitimate question to ask, given the rate at which we're putting in commuter parking some of our interstates and not necessarily using federal money.
I do believe the regulation allows for perhaps different uses, but again, it's subject to a permit by the commissioner.
We might want to just look at our policy and figure out if we want to say something a little clear about how to get a permit if you want to do something on the weekend in a commuter parking, just to clarify for our local government partners or nonprofits how we do that.
Madam Chair, with regard to this process, then that would leave you a couple of choices. One would be to retain the regulation as is, and then decide if you really do want to make some changes or add to the policy. The other option would be to say now that you're seeking to amend the reg, but then that imposes upon this body some time limits, I think. And so,
I don't know that I think it necessarily needs to be in the regulation. I think it would be our policy that we would. Sure.
Madam Secretary, Ms. Hines, I think that there's provision to be able to move forward with the regulatory review that JoAnne's talking about today in the form that she's recommending, and that we explore other alternatives, and it may not even need a policy or any procedural change beyond some clear notification of the how to seek a special use permit, or whether we would be accepting of a special use permit for off-period time periods. So I think it could be administrative in nature and less so in the policy or regulatory nature.
Madam Chair, I'll look to see if there perhaps is something also in the land use regulations for the land use permit.
Be great. Thank
So
you.
we'll do a little research. Next slide. Oh,
Pass, please.
sorry.
So this would apply to all of our park and ride lots as well.
That is correct.
To your knowledge, is there anything in this policy that would, this board, ultimately authorizing installation of large-scale solar facilities over park and ride lots, or?
Madam Chair, I'm not aware of any prohibition. It would possibly mean you might have to amend the regulation, but again, I think at this point the regulation focuses on use of the park and rides as park and rides And that may warrant some additional discussion and consideration by this body.
Carrie, did you have something you wanted to add?
Board.
Sir Deputy, Chief Deputy
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Dr. Valentine, members of the board. Now,
They don't even know why that's funny yet, by the way.
You didn't know that? I was going to ask you earlier, Shannon.
That is so funny. That's a whole nother story, ladies and gentlemen, which we will go over later. Huh? I'm sorry.
Closed session.
No.
Way or non-interstate, it does vary, but this is something that we're actively working on to see if there are opportunities, because it's really a win-win. Number one, you can get renewable energy, maybe provide charging stations, but for the people using those park and rides, that puts you under covered parking. A day like today, it's raining, you get to your car, you're basically under a shelter. I know I personally went to a concert at the Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, and they had parking like that in the parking lot where you could stay outside. It was a hot day, you're in the shade, and they were generating power for somebody. But we are actively working. That's the main point, that we've had meetings with some vendors that want to do that on our properties. And we see some real win-win, particularly at the park and rides and things like that, where people park all day and maybe they have need to charge a vehicle as well.
Power EVs.
Yep, and put battery storage there to then feed back into the grid if they don't use all what's there. And we have some big parking rides, obviously, and our commuter lots as well.
Mr. Rucker.
Yeah, it's the issue here. I mean, where I reside, there are many of the park and rides that are used for weekend. They're like, call them farmers markets. We have food truck parks that set up on weekends. It happens all the time. I'm surprised that in hearing these comments.
Doesn't it make a difference whether or not a parking ride was built with federal funds or our funds?
Madam Chair, it makes a significant difference.
Yes, I
believe.
think
So.
it's varied right now, Mr. Rucker, but the regulation states this. So that might be why, but, and then the commissioner said, do we really want to know this? Just saying. Exactly.
We will look into the other regulations that are in existence.
I think the board in general would appreciate flexibility, and especially when you can find win-win, as just described.
Understood.
Am I right, Mr. Rucker?
Yes,
Yes.
most definitely.
All right, so at the end of the day, right now, our recommendation for that particular regulation is to retain as is, but I understand that there's potentially some further investigation we might want to look at. All right, next slide, please. This next slide deals with regulations that involving the pre-qualification and classification of bidders. I would say that VDOT is the only, or the CTB is the only entity that appears to have this level, a regulation of this nature to this level of specificity that's set out in the regulation. First of all, the regulation is filed by description. Nevertheless, the code section under the VPPA, section 2.2, 43.17 says that entities may be or may establish, entities such as VDOT and CTB may establish processes for pre-qualification of bidders and contractors for construction projects. And as a result, that is what has been promulgated. The regulation, again, that's filed by description is a regulation that's maintained basically by the construction group in VDOT. And it deals with the process, the application process, as well as the requirements for entities that want to be pre-qualified, so that when it comes time for them to submit a bid, they've cleared that hurdle, and it's understood that they are competent, they have the level of competency and responsibility that's needed for bidding on a particular project. The regulation also governs issues such as the duration of their pre-qualification, which generally is 3 years, It also addresses, to the extent that someone has concerns about whether or not they were pre-qualified or the types of construction that they were pre-qualified for, they have the ability to appeal that. And so the regulation or the document includes a policy or process for appealing. We don't believe, given that there's not statute, given that statute does not specify that regulations are needed for this type of process, but merely process is mentioned. VDOT is recommending that this document, this policy be repealed as a regulation and that it be maintained as a policy. The thought is that since this is not technically required to be a regulation, to the extent we do need to amend in the future, it will be much more expeditious and expedient process and one that's more efficient. So that is going to be the recommendation, that we repeal this document, these rules as a regulation, but nevertheless still maintain the policy, and to the extent that there are amendments or changes that are needed to address those as policies or policy amendments.
Mr. Williams.
Question I would have would be, Commissioner, I mean, regulatory that now help you, bad actors, they want to pass findings in terms of what, I assume you would, this would be your policy anyway.
Madam Secretary, I'd say that the formalized process that the construction division has right now has been worked out with industry, and thus far we have not had an issue with pre-qualification. So I do think that the repeal of this in the regulation just streamlines the processes that we have put in place, and having the formalized process within the construction division will allow us to be more nimble. Should a policy or procedural change need to occur, we can do so without having to go through the APA process.
All right, Madam Chair. So as a result, we will be recommending that the regulation, that this policy as a regulation will be repealed, and that then the policy continue to be maintained as a policy, or the rules be maintained as a policy. Next slide, please. The next regulation deals with underground utility policy, and this is fairly straightforward. There used to be a statute in place, section 33.2-348, which addressed and authorized the use of funds for undergrounding of utilities in I believe it was 4 municipalities. That particular statute was repealed in 2015. Hence, there was no basis for the policy that did exist that addressed the undergrounding or the reimbursement of costs for undergrounding. And so bottom line, we don't feel like there's statutory authority for this regulation anymore. It's obsolete. And we are recommending that it be repealed as a regulation. VDOT currently administers, has a program dealing with utility relocation, et cetera. And under that program currently, any entity that wants to underground, they're expected to cover the costs of the delta associated with undergrounding versus just relocation of the utility. We did post this for public comments like all the other regulations. We did get one request for a copy of the obsolete policy. And so we did provide that, but that's the only extent to which we've received any sort of public comment. So bottom line, our recommendation is that we repeal this document as a regulation because it is rather obsolete and there's no statutory basis for the reg.
Mr. Williams, you know your work. Underground utilities, I said to JoAnne, I want to make sure that Mr. Williams signs off
More
on
pages
this.
in that building I've ever seen in my life. I certainly didn't read it, but this really doesn't have much bearing on. It's interesting because look at those 4 localities. I'm pretty sure one's Newport News. State Senate, I had a city manager saying about it.
That is correct. Newport News was one.
Madam Secretary, a question.
Mr. Merrill.
Do we have a policy to encourage or require underground placement of utilities that's separate from this policy?
Madam Chair, I do not believe we do. Basically, the policy is that to the extent that there is a request for undergrounding or that a locality is seeking, for instance, to underground or perhaps a contractor wants to underground at the request of localities, the costs of the difference in the cost between just simply relocating a facility or relocating it and putting it underground, that difference is one that we require the localities to absorb. So to the extent, I guess you might say it's an indirect policy in that we currently would not fund the delta associated with undergrounding versus retaining the utility as aerial.
Mr. Caswitz.
I guess if this policy is gone, then there's no review of options that we might want to consider to help, especially in urban areas, pursue the undergrounding with some state support. And I think to a recent ribbon cutting that Mary and I attended, in a small part of Virginia, the town of Hillsborough self-funded, or they found a funding mechanism to put their power lines underground. And the impact on the downtown, I can't call it a downtown, but the residential areas is just dramatic.
No. One stoplight downtown.
In any event, I just wonder if there's not a benefit in at least having some periodic review as to whether we want to participate. And I think some of our revitalized downtowns in particular would benefit from having some state funding. The contrast that Marshall, Virginia is going through a process where it's been really challenging to find funding to put the power lines underground. And it'll be a very different project if they don't go underground versus if they do. So I'd hate to lose the opportunity to periodically review this by taking away that regulation.
Madam Chair, I would note that the regulation as it is written now is totally obsolete. It mentions the funding of undergrounding utilities in municipalities, and period. And at this point, I would say that there would be nothing stopping the CTB from, even if we repeal this regulation, if the CTB wanted to look at promulgating a policy associated with undergrounding that is different, or they could potentially even come back and do another regulation. But based on the basis for which this particular regulation was established has gone away.
Could we update this, this regulation rather than start from scratch?
I think I would recommend against that for the main reason that there will be a time limit as to, when we would have to have our ducks in a row and the language of the regulation, et cetera. And again, there would be nothing wrong with, at some point, if we have determined that there is a course that we would want to take, there would be nothing that would prohibit us from promulgating another regulation, but it could also be policy.
Sure, I guess.
Work that you developed to actually develop a policy?
You could. The big question back then, and the debate back then was, have City of Newport News, let's use them as an example, you have a specific amount. I remember Work Boulevard cost, like, say it cost 30 million. It's 10 million to so the question was, VDOT, we're state, we're sending you money to upgrade your facilities and facilitate traffic movement. 10 million, that thing underground. It's not going to come out of, that's not a funding
Necessary.
something for. And what VDOT was currently doing. And if you kept the current reg that's written around the statute, it only authorized. So, I mean, I think it's something we're everybody talking about. A lot what we discussed there was safety issues. Safety issues certainly coming now, but mostly back then it was all about aesthetics.
And resiliency as well.
And so I think follow the recommendation. This is tied to the statute. The statute's gone, been gone.
I mean,
We want policy and probably going to take some, it's probably going to take an action
By the General Assembly to even just taking on a policy like that.
That's the comment that I would make is the General Assembly authorized before the repeal that the CTB could put up to $5 million into undergrounding. The General Assembly made a legislative decision to do away with that. So for the CTB to come back in when the General Assembly has spoken, plus you also have at least 3 other statutes where the General Assembly, like relocation on the interstate, where we do pay the cost of doing that in certain situations. So the General Assembly has spoken in a number of areas dealing with utilities, and the most recent was the BRT project on Route 1 in Northern Virginia, where Senator Sorvell, for several years has had legislation. And the way it reads today, the county would end up paying the cost. And they're going to do that, I believe, through a mechanism where the citizens within the county, on their bill that they get sent from Dominion, there'll be like a separate surcharge for the undergrounding in that project. But that's an idea that a lot of folks have talked about. But once again, if we do it today, it's considered a betterment. And as JoAnne said, Virginia Beach, we've had a lot of jurisdictions that want to pay for aesthetics. Like on that Route 1 corridor, I remember Senator Sasslaw saying it will be the new Tysons, that whole area through there. And so again, the underground utilities really, impacting the ability for the business community to take advantage in that corridor.
It's helpful, Rick. Thank you.
All right, Madam Chair, so at this point, if I understand correctly, we're going to go ahead and recommend that this regulation be repealed. And you'll see that in the next month's action item. Next slide, please.
John Lawson, will you get with Nick to see what would it take to develop a policy for this and whether or not we would need legislative action?
All right, the next regulation is one dealing with Economic Development Access Fund policy.
No.
Basically, pursuant to 33.2-1509, the CTB may expend funds, and you all, I know, are all familiar with this program. What happened, though, in this past session of the General Assembly, Senate Bill 1253 was enacted as a result of a recommendation from JLARC, and basically that bill requires the CTB to adopt guidelines for use of the EDA funds with criteria that were based on the JLARC recommendation, and primarily there were criteria that dealt with the number of jobs that would be created, as well as the capital investment by the private sector and any other criteria that the board deemed appropriate. The law requires the CTB, in consultation with the Secretary of Transportation and Secretary of Commerce and Trade, to develop guidelines. And we felt that was critical because the mention of guidelines is the first time any sort of mention by the CT was made of anything, a regulation guideline, et cetera. So we feel like there's basis now to repeal the current regulation that's out there, and to go forth and amend treat the policy, et cetera, as guidelines, and to go ahead and in the future amend those guidelines in a manner that's consistent with the legislation. So.
Regulation. We're still developing the guidelines.
And policy while we're at it.
No. Straight, I know.
Madam Chair, bottom line, we are recommending, probably for technical reasons, the repeal of this regulation. Next slide, please. The next regulation is one that deals with the maintenance of roads in towns less than 3,500 or with populations less than 3,500. Basically, the policy or regulation that exists, again, this is one of those regulations that's just filed by description. The regulation's not even set out in the administrative code. It basically specifies that localities can choose, for those towns that have populations less than 3,500, they can choose maintenance funding or an approach to their maintenance of some of their secondary or minor roads under either section 33.2, 358, I'm sorry, 339, or under section 33.2-340. Basically, under the first section, the locality or the town can ask that VDOT fund up to 2 additional miles of road every year in the town. Or in the alternative, they can ask that VDOT maintain their roads, those certain roads that meet certain standards. This regulation or this policy is set out in a DPM or departmental policy. It's set out as policy of the CTV, and it's set out as a regulation. Bottom line, it just basically mirrors the language of the code. The language of the code says if a locality doesn't choose the option under section 33.23-339, then their roads will be maintained in pursuant to 33.2-240. And that's exactly what the policy says, that if they make a choice under one, they don't have the option of the choice under another. So really there's no need. The regulation is somewhat superfluous. And so we are recommending, when we posted this, there was no public comment. And we're recommending that this be repealed as a regulation. It certainly can be maintained as a policy. That is our recommendation on that particular reg. And then last but not least is the regulation dealing with the maintenance of roads crossing the interstates. This is a very straightforward policy that basically identifies the responsibilities of highways that cross the interstate, whether they go over the interstate or whether they go under the interstate. And it specifies who's going to be responsible for what parts of those highways. It is a very straightforward document. It basically, to give you an example, I will note. So for example, in the case of cities, roads that cross the interstate in cities and towns, the policy says if the interstate passes under the street, then the municipality will maintain the surface and sidewalks of the structure and the approach roadways to the back of the shoulder line. And VDOT will maintain the remainder of the structure, including handrails, guardrails, the rest of the structure, et cetera. So it's a very practical approach. It's not one that we believe there's nothing in the law that requires this to be a regulation. And so as a result, we're recommending that this document be repealed as a regulation and simply be maintained again as a CTB policy. And Madam Chair, that is the last of the regulations. Next slide, please. Just for the next steps, we will be presenting this board with a resolution in June to approve the recommended actions for these 8 CTB regulations. We'll post the results on Town Hall, and then this coming fall, we will be repeating this process for the very last set of regulations. And we will, after having done that, we will have addressed the entire complement of regulations.
Okay, and then tell them the really good news.
Then the really good news is we start over again.
We start over.
But,
oh my goodness.
But Madam Chair, my hope
So by
is
December of 21, though, we will have gone through it.
through the whole gambit. And we are hoping that the next go-round will be much simpler.
Mr. Malvin, are you thrilled? Just, thank you. Okay. Scott Smizik, welcome.
Afternoon. Pleased to be here to provide an update on the Bowers Hill.
Yeah, we missed you the other day. So
Sorry?
welcome. Because I think Angel did your presentation as well, yes.
Glad to be here
So it's
today.
good to see you.
Slide, please. So the Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS study, initiated last summer when the HRTPO modified the study limits as illustrated on this map. December 2020, the Army Corps of Engineers and EPA concurred on the purpose and need for the study, which we'll discuss in a few minutes. We brought that preliminary information to this board in January, and just last month, the same federal agencies concurred on the range of alternatives for the study, which is the basis for today's presentation. Slide, please. Before we get to that, I wanted to provide an update on the public outreach to date. Every milestone that we have or will go through with this study is accompanied by a public comment opportunity. As we've conducted the first half of this study in the COVID environment, everything has been done virtually so far. And we do have public involvement software. It's able to track the computers that are making the public comments, so we can ensure that not one computer is making 90% of the comments. And so far, we haven't had any issues with that. Along with the larger efforts you see on the screen in front of you, we've also had individual conversations with property owners when they receive property access letters, maintain a monthly email newsletter that reaches over 700 email accounts, and we maintain a project-specific email account to take input from the public and agencies. Our most recent public outreach, which is the last bullet on this slide, introduced some new outreach to environmental justice communities, reaching out specifically to churches, community centers, property owners, and other organizations that represent or have access to these communities to ensure we're reaching them. We're currently following up with those groups now to make sure we've done the best we can or to improve for our next public involvement opportunity. Next slide, please. Purpose and need was presented to this board in January. Bring it back today as the purpose and need serves as the primary criteria in the alternative screening process. Specifically, the three blue bullets at the bottom are criteria that each alternative must meet in order to be retained for detailed study in the EIS. Next slide, please. The first, take a review of those options that were not retained for detailed study. Standalone alternatives. The first being adding one general purpose lane in each direction and addressing the interchanges along the main line and Bowers Hill. Adding one general purpose lane may reduce congestion and travel reliability. It does not provide travel choice in the manner that this study defines it. We look at travel choice as being consistent with local plans for travel choice, as well as addressing current and future planned transit operations in the corridor. So adding one general purpose lane would not meet that need element, and it's not retained as a standalone alternative. Next slide, please. Second option was to add two general purpose lanes in each direction. Similar to the first, this does not meet the purpose and need, that last need element. Next slide, please. Next option considered adding collector distributor or CD lanes along the interchanges on the main line of 664 and addressing the Bowers Hill interchange. While adding CD lanes would address congestion and reliability around the interchanges, our traffic data shows that these problems exist up and down the main line, and simply addressing the interchanges would not be enough. Likewise, it would not provide the travel choice we're looking to provide in this corridor. So while this is not retained as a standalone alternative, that does not preclude it from being considered or implemented as part of the design of a preferred alternative in the future. These considerations would have to take into account the larger footprint that's on the screen now and the increased cost that would accompany that footprint. Next slide, please. Next option was a transit-only improvement. While this is not retained as a standalone alternative, it certainly does not preclude transit improvements from occurring along this corridor. VDOT has studied this corridor several times in the last 5 years, and each time we worked closely with DRPT to consider transit. As part of this study, DRPT reaffirmed their past position: transit-only lanes are not necessary in this corridor. So when we talk about transit improvements, we're talking about adding increased or new bus service on the corridor. Simply adding buses would not reduce congestion, improve travel reliability, or add travel choice. So it is not retained as a standalone alternative. Next slide, please. Final option that was not advanced as a standalone is transportation system management, transportation demand management, or TSM-TDM. TSM-TDM usually are things like park and ride lots, extending acceleration, deceleration lanes, or adding bus service. We were fortunate for our study that at the same time we were doing our work, VDOT was conducting a separate study, which is on the screen, the I-64-664 Corridor Improvement Plan, which looked at these type of improvements up and down 64 and 664. So we were able to take their recommendations and apply it to our study. In our study area, that plan recommended extending one acceleration deceleration lane and adding additional transit service. And as mentioned previously, those did not meet the purpose and need, so this is not retained as a standalone alternative. It could be applied to a preferred alternative in the future, and we look forward to continuing to work with HRTPO, HRTAC, surrounding localities to determine their plans for advancing separate TSM, TDM projects that could be implemented as part of a construction package with a preferred alternative. Next slide, please. Now on to the alternatives that are retained for detailed study in the EIS. As I mentioned before, the Army Corps and EPA have concurred on these. First being a no-build alternative, which is required in NEPA, serves as a baseline to compare the build alternatives now and in the future, both with their impacts and operation. Next slide, please. Next alternative retained for detailed study is to add one managed lane and one part-time drivable shoulder in each direction. This includes improvements to the interchanges along the main line, as well as the Bowers Hill interchange. So by providing a managed lane, we're able to reduce congestion and travel reliability and provide that travel choice we're looking for. Typical section that's on the screen now is illustrative. Determinations on if we should widen to the inside or out will be made as the study advances, but would be refined following NEPA during more detailed design. Those considerations take into account the existing rail that exists in part of our median, as well as wetlands, streams, private property, and other resources along the corridor. Next slide, please. Another build alternative that is considered for detailed study in the EIS would be to add two managed lanes in each direction. Much like the previous, this meets all the need elements and represents the build out of the Hampton Roads Express Lane network. So we have three alternatives advancing for detailed study in the EIS. Next slide, please.
Madam Secretary, before we go, Scott, I'll just jump in. Can we go back to that preceding slide? If you missed the subtlety that Scott just said, these two alternatives, including the no build, are consistent with the region's emphasis on building out the Hampton Roads Express Lane. So this is just a continuation of the 45 miles that we've been working on over the last 3 years to be able to implement it. This will take it around up towards the Monitor Merrimack if you're traveling in the westbound direction. But this is consistent with the region's emphasis on creating a regional express lane network. So the configurations that you see there are just that. Yeah.
Moving forward, we hope to be back in front of this board early next year to present the results of the study. It would be accompanied by a public hearing and public comment opportunity on VDOT's recommended preferred alternative. We would hope that action is taken by HRTAC, HRTPO, and/or the surrounding localities to endorse that recommendation, bring those findings back to this board in the spring to seek action on a preferred alternative, allow Federal Highway to publish their draft EIS, which would be accompanied by yet another comment period and public hearing, summer of 2022. As long as we hit all those marks, Federal Highway can issue a record of decision combined with their final EIS summer of 2023. Make sure I get these numbers right for you. The new long-range transportation plan in Hampton Roads includes $771 million that would be expended in 2038 to construct the project. Understand from Federal Highway that represents a fiscally constrained project in the long range. So we assume Federal Highway would be in a position to issue that record of decision in 2023. Slide, please. Concludes my presentation. Thank you all for your time. Welcome any questions or comments.
Yes, and I think the commissioner's comment was very important, that this is a continuation of the Hampton Roads Express Lanes and consistent with that. So Very important piece.
High-rise bridge ties right in. Always just assume that.
We'd like to memorialize it now and make it consistent.
So, any comments, questions, Mr. Bowman, anything you'd like to add?
I think this is a project that within 5 years, we'll probably be talking about putting.
I think some of those early conversations have already started, so it absolutely is.
Everything we're doing, it's a much needed investment. Oh, a lot of.
Great.
We'll save that boring machine for a little while.
Mr. Johnson.
Commissioner, would this also include doing some work on the side of the expansion of that? I get it's 264, 64, that 64. The north side of the Hampton tunnel.
Madam Secretary, Mr. Johnson, this is only on the south side,
No, I
this
understand
particular.
project, but you talked about a new potential tunnel as well. Now I'm thinking about, okay, once you get out of the second new tunnel.
Yeah, now retract, but it's a long-term effort along this corridor. Certainly taking it from Bowers Hill north to the 664, 64 interchange, there's a lot of work yet to be done. I like to say that we're going to bite off pieces that we can chew, and this is definitely the next one. But I know the region continues to have the conversations to advance it, to be able to make it a ring or circumference around the major cities in South Side.
So that's my understanding as well, but I reckon we're making it into sections in long-term project.
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Okay, we have special guests with us today. Angel, are you going first? Are you doing it together, Ken King? Yeah.
Yes.
So Angel Deem and Ken King's here from our Salem district.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Members of the board, happy to be here this afternoon to provide an update on the Martinsville Southern Connector. And I will be joined, the second half of the presentation will be done by Ken. So next slide. So first, what are the updates since our last briefing? That occurred in December of 2019. It's been some time ago. At that time, this board considered the recommendation for a preferred alternative. And then in January of 2020, you passed a resolution that memorialized that preferred alternative and gave VDOT some other instructions as well, which included looking at that preferred, specifically modifications to reduce potential relocations. That's the third bullet on the slide. So that work has transpired since the last briefing, as has the publication of the draft EIS that happened in March of 2020. That draft EIS identified that preferred alternative that this board adopted. The in-person public hearing on the draft EIS was held in September of 2020. It included an online component for obvious reasons, and certainly that gap from March to September was because of the pandemic and the requirement that we hold in-person public hearings. So we needed time to do that safely and do that well. And the picture on the right is actually a photo of where we held that in-person public hearing outside in September. So moving ahead, the joint permit application, so that's for water quality permits, was submitted in July of 2020, and those permitting activities have been ongoing. And then there's been significant coordination with Federal Highway on the plan for next phase funding. So that's a requirement of NEPA that we demonstrate next phase funding. So you're going to hear quite a bit about the plan for that in this presentation. Next slide. So what are the remaining tasks? And I'll just remind the board that this NEPA document is adhering to combined federal decision-making, previously referred to as one federal decision. So while that executive order is no longer in force, it has been codified in regulation. So this study entertains combining all federal authorizations. So that includes NEPA as well as water quality permits by the Corps of Engineers in this case. So looking at the slide, I'm presenting to you what remains on the NEPA side of the house versus permitting. So on the NEPA side will be identification of funds for that next phase funding. So in that January 2020 resolution, this board asked that VDOT come back for approval from this board for any commitment of additional funds. And so that's part of the reason for briefing you today and then seeking an action next month. So assuming that occurs next month, that would then allow us to sign the final EIS and then provide that to Federal Highway for them to sign and actually publish that final EIS. That's followed by what's called a 30-day no action period that provides an opportunity for additional public comment should that occur. Once that transpires, then VDOT would be in a position to request from Federal Highway the decision referred to as a record of decision, and that concludes the NEPA process. So in parallel with that are the permitting activities that remain. So again, under combined federal decision-making, the Corps of Engineers would need to issue their decision, which would be a permit action. They've made the determination that no public hearing was required. They did post the draft permit and solicit comments on that and receive those comments. We've worked with the Corps of Engineers to consider the state permitting and how that state permitting comes into play here. So what you see on the slide is that the Corps has indicated that their permit issuance would be conditioned on a future state permit, specifically the 401 water quality certification it's referred to as. So I mentioned that because we did have great partnership, have had great partnership with DEQ and VMRC on the state permitting side. Certainly they were not compelled to participate in this combined process, but they've been moving along with us in the permitting process. VDOT made the decision some months ago to pause that state permitting action, understanding that the project was not fully funded, so would not be advancing immediately to construction. So we've paused that state permitting action, and then we worked with the Corps, and the result of that is this paradigm of a condition permit that the Corps would issue. So we believe, and the Corps believes, more importantly, that that satisfies their requirements under the federal combined decision-making process. I would note that Federal Highway is still reviewing that internally to make sure that they are in agreement with that. So all of that to say that we hope these things will align so that those federal authorizations will all occur at the end and we will conclude this NEPA process. Next slide. So to put that timeline a little more succinctly, we would come back again to the board on an action for funding, which Ken will get into in a little more detail with you. Assuming that occurs, VDOT would be in a position to sign the final EIS, turn to Federal Highway to sign and issue the EIS, which we would anticipate would be in August. If that occurs, we would be working on the STIP amendment, so taking that next phase funding plan, which is a project you'll hear about from Ken, and get that included in the STIP. That would then position us to, by October, we estimate, request that NEPA decision from Federal Highway. And then following that, we have a time frame of spring to fall of 2022, where we would move forward with construction of those next phase improvements. I'll be happy to take questions on this aspect or just turn to Ken. Yes.
Mr. Kaspowitz.
Thank you. Just so I'm clear, if CTV action funding is something I'd like to explain. Is this the remainder of the original earmark plus the addition of safety funds that will be directed towards specific safety improvements in the corridor?
So there's a need for additional funding beyond what remains on the study portion of the project. And I understand that CPR bonds, not safety money per se, but it's essentially money to fund the safety improvement that Ken's going to detail to the board next. Does that answer the question?
Where the money come from is the part that I'm...
I believe there are additional CPR bonds, remaining CPR bonds.
Mr. Kaspowitz, we went back through and rebalanced the budget of part of the development of the 6-year plan and identified CPR bonds rather than the residual safety money that was there. And the safety monies are put back in the systemic improvements.
So we're using bonding capacity to make those safety improvements rather than excess safety dollars or leftover safety dollars.
I would say, Laura, do you want to come up and commit to where the identification of those funds came from?
As we work through balancing projects, as projects are completed, balances are identified. And so CPR bonds were committed to statewide and regional projects through the authorization. I'm not selling new debt, it's just a continuation of planned VDOT commitments. Use of HSIP in this instance for this brand new project would require a change in your policy and direction from the HSIP assumptions you made in 2019, because it wasn't part of the program then.
And the estimated amount of bonds that we'll use on this?
2.1, I believe.
And it'll all be directed specifically towards the safety improvements, generally in the first
First 3 miles. Yes.
Thank you.
No other changes have occurred other than the color of the money that would be placed on the continuation of this project.
Thank you.
It's Laura.
Madam Secretary, members of the board, I'm Ken King. I'm Salem District Engineer, and to carry on in the next slide here, the next phase of the project is for VDOT to commit as a subsequent phase of work, the advancement of southbound safety improvements from the North Carolina state line to mile marker 3. The location of these improvements and the type are supported by recent safety analysis on 220 between the state line and to the 58 bypass just south of Martinsville. Next slide. This particular section of 220, you may be familiar with some of our statewide corridors of statewide significance, like US 460, that were developed over time, first as a 2-lane and then later widened to become 4. You may recall seeing that sometimes the original 2 lanes remain for a particular direction, and then the newer lanes are built to a much better vertical horizontal alignment. That is what is in place here. The southbound lanes are on the original 2 lanes of US 220. The northbound lanes are on a higher design quality roadway that has less horizontal and vertical alignment. So that's why you see on this slide the note that in the southbound direction we have numerous curve warning signs as well as chevrons and truck rollover warning signs in the southbound direction, with no such warning signs and the like in the northbound because of that difference in characteristic. Together with the fact of being developed later, the northbound already has improved left and right shoulders with rumble strips where the southbound does not. That results in twice as many crashes in the southbound direction as compared to northbound, and about 71% of those southbound crashes being run off the road type crashes. Next slide. The picture in the top left shows the curve warning or the warning signs that are there for trucks and others to make note of the upcoming 3 miles of being sort of substandard vertical horizontal with reduced advisory speeds and the like. The picture on the bottom left is an example from US 29 where improvements have been made to the left and right shoulders, and you can see the rumble strips that are present as a part of the improvements we talked about earlier today. So the proposed targeted safety improvements are the widening of both that left and right shoulder area as well as the placement of the rumble strips. Guardrail installation and upgrades in the appropriate locations is expected to in total mitigate 53% of the runoff road crashes. Next slide. That's the scope of the improvements that are focused in that southbound direction for those final 3 miles.
Thank you, Mr. King. Mr. Smoot, are you listening with us? Thought I would just check. Okay. Yes, Mr. Caswitz.
I guess question for the commissioner. Are there other examples in the Commonwealth of where we combine residual funds with CPR dollars to execute safety projects specifically?
I can't answer that at this point in time, other than that we have combined fund sources to advance projects out there. Safety projects, as you've seen through some of our systemic improvements, we have hybrid improvements that are combined with other sources of funds. So the answer can be yes, with the exception of not knowing whether it's CPR bonds or others.
Is it possible to get an answer to that before tomorrow's meeting?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Kasprowicz, we are not taking action on this particular topic until July.
Understood.
So, but we wanted to bring this forward. The color of the money to be able to advance this outside of the safety improvements yes, safety is there. It has components that would be indicative of our systemic improvements, but we have backed off, as I've been reminded a number of times in the last month, that the board has taken the policy that we're only going to be advancing 8 systemic types of improvements, and this would be a spot or a corridor type improvement, which then would open up another Pandora's box. So keeping the safety money there and identifying other sources of funds that could be eligible for using this to be able to advance the next phase of this project to secure the rod was important.
Understand.
To talk.
Thank you. Just to follow up on statement, I thought there was some flexibility in that policy to allow for some.
It did allow for myself to sign off on that, but if there were other pots of money that were available to be able to use, we felt that it would be best to be able to preserve those because we have not had a request for a spot improvement since we've adopted that policy to date. So if we don't break that mold and start changing that and there's other funds available to be able to advance a project, then we were looking to do so.
Madam Secretary.
Mr. Dodds.
Ms. King, it's been a while since I've driven down 220 from Martinsville, Carolina line. When you say the last 3 miles, is that 3 miles from Martinsville, 3 miles north of the Carolina line?
Yes, Mr. Dodson, north of the North Carolina state line. So it's that if you were headed southbound, it would be the last 3 miles while you're in the state of Virginia as you then enter and cross the North Carolina line.
A lot of the crashes are in the southbound lane.
In the southbound
and
direction.
3 miles before you get to the North Carolina line. Gotcha.
It's very similar to your area of US 460, where, in the Lynchburg area, as you go both either direction on 460, particularly, back toward the east, the newer alignment of 460 being more, less vertical alignment, and then the older lanes having a lot more vertical undulation. This is very similar in that regard.
Bingo.
Okay, well, we'll keep working on it. I also, as funds are being identified for various projects, I will say that it's been a priority to try to get as much money into safety as we can. So if there were residual dollars, looking for a way to apply that without taking away from anything else. So anyway, that's been somewhat the position behind it. Thank you. And then you all will bring it back next month for vote. Okay. All right. And then Jitender, VTrans, and after this presentation, we'll take a 10-15-minute break. We haven't had to sit in these particular seats for so long. I'm noticing myself going, okay, this is usually when I would hit the refrigerator or something. Yeah. Right, Mr. Rucker? Just kind of going, all right. You would turn your camera off for a second, get up and walk around. Now everybody can see you. So I'm just saying that this must be a really great presentation. No pressure. No pressure at all.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. Good to be here in person. Next slide, please. So the board has a transportation plan, VTrans, branded as VTrans, and our role at the Office of Intermodal Planning is to essentially act as the board's staff working on this plan. There are 4 major elements in this plan. So the 4 columns that we see on the screen, vision, goals, and objectives, midterm needs and priorities. So those 2 were adopted by the board in 2020 and in March this year. So now with that, with those 2 things completed, our focus has shifted to the other 2 items that you see to the right of the screen, which is the long-term needs, or what we are calling risk and register of risks and opportunities, and strategic actions. The reason we are shifting attention to that is because per the code, this plan has to be submitted to the Office of the Governor and the General Assembly, and our goal is to do so by the end of the year. So with that in mind, we have a 3 or 4 presentations planned over the next 4 or 5 months. Today's presentation, which focuses on VTrans freight element, is is part of that. And some of the items that you see are for presented for informational purposes might come back to you later this year in the form of actions. There might be some actions related to that. So with that context in mind, next slide, please. I should also note the freight element, what we are calling freight element, also meets the requirement for a statewide freight plan that is required by FHWA. And as I mentioned, today is just an informational presentation that will focus only on 4 specific items: commodity flows, truck safety, congestion, and reliability. This plan is multimodal in nature, but for the code, federal code, it requires us to look at rail and other aspects. Those we will not be discussing today, but those are something that those items are and will be included in the plan. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we are looking at all modes of transportation, working with our partners at TRPT, Port of Virginia, several others in the form of a working group, multi-agency working group. We also have conducted some outreach over the past few months. We also have benefited from the feedback that was provided by the Secretary's Freight Advisory Committee that meets once every 3 months. That includes leaders from public agencies as well as private sector. And some of the items that they shared with us last week will also guide this work in the coming months. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, we'll focus on a handful of items and just in the interest of time. The first item is commodity flows. So the trucks that we see on our roadways, they are carrying certain amount of tonnage, where they are coming from, where they're going to, before we start getting into the planning aspects of it. So as we look at the data, the thing that sort of struck us the most, or at least personally it struck me the most, is that most of the traffic tonnage, not the traffic, tonnage that is on Virginia's roads, 88% of it originates somewhere else or is going somewhere else. Half of it, over half of it, with all the limitations with the data that come with the data, is it originating, more than half of it originates somewhere else outside Virginia, it goes outside Virginia. And that's at least I found it interesting in the sense that as we sort of think of what the factors that we can control, there are, in other words, these are the things that are occurring outside the state for destinations outside the state. So over half of it. So with that in mind, as we look at the growth that is projected over the next 2 decades, the numbers on the slide are percentages. So smaller the number, the higher the change that is going to result in a higher percentage. But essentially internal to internal, a trip originating in Virginia for a destination in Virginia is projected to have the highest increase it's expected to double. Next slide, please. So there is a series of 4 maps. Each map represents internal is internal to Virginia and external is outside Virginia. So the first map that you see on the screen is showing internal to internal. Tonnage that originates in Virginia and is with a destination in Virginia. I should note that there are some limitations in data sets. So for example, if a commodity is being, it comes to the Port of Virginia and is going to a warehouse in Fredericksburg district, it will be considered internal to internal. So with that in mind, line thickness represents the amount of tonnage that is being moved. So the thicker the line, more tonnage is being moved. So when we look at the internal to internal trips, 6495 sort of, it comes to the top. Next slide, please. We look at internal to external trips originating in Virginia, tonnage that originates in Virginia goes outside the state. Line thickness for 95 increases. And the reason is 95 at that point in Richmond is carrying traffic not only from 64 from east-west, but also that that is coming south of Richmond. So the line thickness increases. I-81, if you see north of 64 area, 220, 64, is another area where there's tonnage originating in Virginia going outside the state. Next slide, please. this map is showing external to internal, tonnage that exists, originates somewhere else, is coming to Virginia, and I-81 95 again rise to the top. 58, which is partially hidden due to this camera, is also interesting, which is external to internal, coming outside the state and from outside the state to Virginia. And next slide, please. And this is external to external, which is trips originating outside Virginia and for trips going outside Virginia. And I-81, 77, 95, they just, there's an order of magnitude difference. And so this is interesting in the sense that as we sort of think of things that are within our control, things that we can move, as tonnage, this just provides that information and background as we plan for this. Next slide, please. So then the next question is, what is it that is being moved, right? Is it scrap metal? Is it bulk commodities? Is it containers that are being moved? Because the modal considerations come in play. So there is a series of bird clouds and bubbles that we have put up on the website for our planning partners, and they are available to review and for consideration and for planning purposes. Next slide, please. Earlier in the day, Ms. Hines referred to schools as being magnets, where 500 parents might descend at the start of the day, right? So as we think of what are the magnets for these trucks, we start thinking of the major trip generators, right? We start thinking of Port of Virginia, which is one of the largest publicly held trip generators. And it has gone through significant growth over the last several years. In fact, on the Atlantic ports, it's one of the fastest growing ports, has seen 10% growth and has doubled in the last 5 years, doubled TEUs, which is the 20-foot equivalent containerized units. I should note that containerized units, which we often see, are only part of the story, what is shown here. I guess the significant portion is the bulk commodities, what we refer to, which is coal and things that move, that are in bulk. And the port has witnessed not only Port of Virginia plus private terminals, as reported by U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, from what I recall, 50% increase in bulk commodities. And I think bulk commodities are where rail has played traditionally a bigger role. And it sort of goes hand in hand with the growth in rail services that we have seen in Hampton Roads. Next slide.
I think it's important too. This is just trucks that you're looking at.
This one is the containerized units at the port. So, yes, ma'am.
So, but as you look at rail in the future, I think it would be really interesting to see them put together on the routes to see where all of this is going. But it turns out for the Port of Virginia, the investments we've made in the expansion of the port percent capacity increase at the port really matched world demand. So as we've gone through the pandemic, the demand for all of these goods coming in from around, it was really great to have that capacity, and now we're growing and have had record volumes really since late summer. Last month, it was a record May, 315,000 units, I believe. And the dredging project is underway to once again be at 55 feet. Deepest port on the East Coast. So
and
really great work.
And Madam, that actually, Madam Secretary, that I remember now the point about, yes, sir.
Madam Secretary, just for clarification, a TEU is 20 feet long in terms of container. You've got containers on the highway that are 40 feet and 50, but for all intents and purposes, a TEU is a 20-foot, 8x8 container, so that everybody's using the same terminology.
Yes, sir.
In the new ships that are coming into Hampton Roads, there are 18,000 TEUs. Go back to 1956, Malcolm McLean started the transportation of containers. It was like 1,000 on a ship. So we've made huge strides.
Yes, I was there when the Marco Polo came in. Largest, maybe a month ago, just container ship ever to call the East Coast of New York. amazing. And the fact the dredging is not just in depth, but in wide over at the port. So anyway, very important as we're looking at freight in all of your work.
Right. And Madam Secretary, I should note that the maps that I showed earlier, line thickness and all, we have similar maps for rails. Those were trucks only. And it's just that we need to get approval from the Surface Transportation Board. The 2 or 3 lines that originate in Hampton roads carry a significant traffic tonnage in terms of tonnage. And so that's something that we can share at a later point as needed. Next slide, please.
I have a question, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Merrill.
On that last slide, are those things that are coming in or going out or both? Like in
This-
the Port of Virginia, that containers are coming in and being distributed, as well as containers that are being sent there to be shipped out.
I think this is, from what I recall, it is only the coming in,
Only incoming.
inbound. But I can reconfirm and get back to you on that. Next slide, please. I will use Ms. Hines' analogy again, the schools. And as we sort of think of these trip generators, right? So we had 2 or 3 presentations that essentially this morning that talked about trends, right? One of the trends that we saw was the peak period being stretched out or shortened. So there is a sort of a similarity as we sort of think of the container ships as well. As Secretary mentioned, there was the largest port to arrive on the East Coast was in Hampton Roads. So what this chart to the left is showing is the number of calls by ship category. Calls is somebody wants to just come to the port. And what this is showing is that over the years since 2000, you see the number of calls has decreased, the bar length has decreased. But the color, darker color means these are larger and larger ships. So you will not see dark blue into year 2000, but for 2019, there's the darkest blue, and that size of the darkest blue is increasing. So essentially, there are larger and larger ships coming. There are fewer of those, but they are larger in size. And what that means for transportation system and for the board is more constrained on the transportation system in and around the port, especially when these large ships arrive, because everyone wants to, these goods are, while they might be sitting they may be at sea for 2 weeks, but once they arrive at the port, everyone wants them just in time or, in 2 days, 3 days. So this is essentially a concentrated demand that is being for the surface transportation systems. Next slide, please. So one of the other trends that we have seen is the distribution centers and warehouses. So once these commodities are there, we looked at how they are being moved, then there are these intermediate points where they are either being stored for last mile delivery or as a temporary storage. And what this slide is showing, distribution centers and warehouses. And these are essential distribution centers can be as large as 1.5 million square feet, whereas the warehouses are much smaller in need. They have fewer docks, so they have a much less point impact on the transportation system. In terms of the square footage in Virginia, if you look at by construction district, the largest square footage is in Northern Virginia district, Hampton Roads districts, and of course, Richmond. Salem, it was, at least when we were looking at data, Salem was interesting, the amount of square footage that exists for warehouses and distribution centers. Next slide, please. Slide is showing these warehouse and distribution centers by numbers and when they were built. The point to note here is that as the size of warehouses, so we looked at the trends in where the commodities are being moved. We looked at the size of ships and when they are arriving. For these warehouse and distribution centers, all these distribution centers needs points of access, right? What we call corridors of statewide significance. They need access to 64, 81, 95, and that puts an increased pressure on the system because these larger distribution centers are generating a lot of demand that is relying on 1 or 2 access points. or fewer access points as opposed to a more distributed system. The trend is also indicating that some of the districts, as a ratio, Northern Virginia has seen a large increase in these warehouses over the last couple of decades compared to other districts. And so knowing the situation in Northern Virginia, these points are also likely to impact the demand for transportation. Next slide, please. This slide is just a heat map as to where they are located. We also have distance from the COSS, but this is generally indicative of where these are located. Next slide, please. And then this slide is showing warehouses and distribution centers by corridors of statewide significance. And so East-West 64 corridor goes through Hampton Roads, goes through Richmond, two of the largest storage areas, as well as the western part of the state, and Washington and 95 corridor is another one. Next slide, please.
I'm just going to point this to Culpeper and Lynchburg to look at 9 and 460 this list.
So just as an aside,
Reports, anyway.
that's the only development going on right now around Frederick County. They're throwing up $1 million warehouses all the time. It's amazing the growth of it.
Interesting.
I think too, as we think about this, that all the investments we're making in rail, it's not just passenger rail, right? We're improving freight rail. And so it all goes hand in hand in the investments, and our port moves more by rail than any port on of the U.S. So all of these investments, I believe, are very timely as we're seeing a change in our distribution and delivery.
So we looked at commodities, where they're coming from, where they're originating, how they're being stored. This was just a very high-level overview. And the next few slides are going to focus on the truck movement and safety and congestion reliability in a very narrow context. So this slide is showing truck safety, the frequency of it. So early in the day, we had two presentations related to safety. So to continue with that theme, I should note that as a percentage of the number of crashes and number of fatalities, truck involved, which doesn't necessarily mean a truck is at fault, but just truck involved, is a relatively small percentage. But it has significant impact in terms of the operations, roadway operations. A crash involving truck has a clearance times and other factors, has a greater impact on other factors. And as we see the results in terms of just the frequency of truck involved crashes, I-81 77, they have significantly high needs. The red indicates very high, and then green is relatively low. Next slide, please. Then we also looked at the severity, which is there might be a high number of crashes, but they may not be as severe. And so this one is looking at the truck involved crashes and severity of those. There is a slight movement. 85, for example, close to North Carolina border, didn't have as high frequency, but has high level of severity. Next slide, please. And then finally, we combine the two, the locations where there is high severity and frequency. I should note that several locations that are shown on I-81, as part of the I-81 interstate plan, there are either projects, or several of them either have projects, or in the outer years they have projects. So there are things that are in the works and that are not reflected on this one. So this was related to the truck safety. Next slide, please. And then the last piece is the truck congestion and reliability. So we looked at commodities and where they're being moved, and then this is truck congestion. So one of the things that sort of may not be as clear on the screen, but it is essentially 95 segment between Fredericksburg and Northern Virginia. Route 17 is another one. Then there are pockets.
You could have given this presentation,
And then there are portions along 58 in Hampton Roads area, Bowers Hill interchange, Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. So those are the where the truck congestion, cumulative delay is the highest. Next slide, please. This slide is referring to the reliability, truck travel time reliability. And again, you see similar locations with slight variations. In one of the interesting things was that there are several locations where there is a large amount of delay, but it is consistent delay. So in other words, the reliability is not an issue. It's just that you expect trucks to be delayed. Route 17 segment that you saw on the previous slide doesn't, not the entirety of shows up on this one. It's just that they are consistently delayed. So reliability is not an issue. It's just reliably unreliable. Next slide, please. And so finally, when we combine the two, truck travel time reliability and congestion, there are 3 or 4 locations. And these are preliminary locations that, as I mentioned, we have shared this information with our planning partners and we are receiving feedback. But as of right now, 64 Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, Fredericksburg, Northern Virginia, 17, 28, 234, 95, 395, and 495 in Northern Virginia and Fredericksburg districts. And then in Hampton Roads district, it's the Bowersville interchange. So with that, I should note that truck bottlenecks is an important measure that needs to be reported to the federal FHWA as well. OIP, Margie Ray at OIP prepares a biennial report every other year that reports improvements at these truck bottlenecks. So as we present this preliminary information to you, this might come back to you for potential action in the future as for federal reporting purposes as well. Next slide, please. So with that, this presentation was a very high-level overview of the freight element. Our goal is to come back to you next month to focus on what we are calling 4 mega trends and 10 macro trends. Mr. Kasparovich had a point earlier this morning about the need to observe these trends and on more regular basis. What we are calling them is risk and opportunity register. So we are developing that, and the idea is that we come to you with some information for your guidance, and then from that point on, every year we just report to you as to how we are progressing towards those. So that is something for next month, and depending on what the agenda looks like, and then later this year, some strategic actions for board's consideration.
Thank you. Really, really good presentation. Mr. Johnson.
Secretary, it's an excellent presentation. I'm just curious if you've thought in looking down the road at the workforce of the truck drivers. Most of them are at age, and many of them are retiring. Same thing has happened with the shipyards, no matter where. I was curious what impact you might see with respect to finding enough truck drivers to be able to be actively on the road and delivering what we need to have.
That's a great point. I have to say we have not directly looked at that. We have looked at a related aspect that can potentially address that, which is the automation, which is one of the macro trends we have identified as connected and automated vehicles. And portion of it is commercial vehicles, not only large truck, but general commercial vehicles. And and we will come back to you with this information in the next few months. But one of the trends we have seen is that the larger the truck, there is, at least based on the research that we have found, is that there is less projections are lower than smaller commercial vehicles. So it does not completely address the point, Mr. Johnson, that you raised, and we can certainly look into that. But that is one of the things that is related to that.
Mr. Dodson.
I noticed on 77, 77 is not that long in Virginia, is it? There's a lot of truck crashes on it. Is that weather related coming up the mountain there? They call it Hillbilly Highway, people coming in from West Virginia. That's what they call them in North Carolina. Oh yeah, all the fun facts. But it's a small segment. It's not that long, but on 77, they have a lot of crashes on that particular road from North Carolina up to 81 interchange.
So I should note that we also looked at, I do not have that slide, Mr. Dodson, but I can get back to you on that one. We did look at the general categories that DMB and Mr. Cole presented this morning, truck-related, alcohol-related, all the factors. We do have some number. I do not have those with me right now, but I can look those up.
Not that long of a road, comparable. Thanks.
Mr. Casper.
Secretary, there was a very robust discussion in this morning's rail subcommittee meeting about funds that have come from the omnibus transportation bill and how they might be deployed. And the Secretary, you made a comment about the potential for perhaps creating more linkages between these major distribution centers, which in many cases are in groups of several million square feet. And most of those are truck in and truck out. They truck material in, they repackage it and truck it back out. As you referenced the mega trends, this process will continue as we become more dependent, especially on Asian imports. I think it'd be a great value to take the rail plan that we talked about this morning and perhaps include provisions that allowed us to study more closely how we might create linkages between our existing rail network, where we typically look at immediate proximity to the rail line as the basis for adding a switch siding. There may be instances in the future, the next 10 to 20 years, where the addition of a significant rail spur to serve these distribution facilities could take potentially tens of thousands of trucks off the road. So it's just an idea that came from our discussion this morning, and then reference to how we're attempting to make these multimodal. I think it's a great opportunity. As I drive the 81 corridor, I think every one of them that I've seen are truck in, truck out.
I think really great point. Right now, Virginia Economic Development Partnership is also working on
Be great to have them involved.
And the port is working on this. Obviously, value of the port is moving the good, right? And so there are many different threats in this, and this is part of the statewide rail. Sure that I know the port, I know want to be a part of it. I'm sure that it is, but just making all these connections for the distribution center.
And that is a big place where our conversation came up this morning, and in talking about the new DRPT freight program as well. We are working, actually I see Jeremy in the back, he's works quite a bit with VEDP, and actually the Rail Industrial Access application that we'll be bringing to you all later today is the result of a lot of ongoing coordination with VEDP as well for such a project. There is also some funding still available in the I-81 multimodal projects fund to be available in future years for opportunities like that get identified.
So you've worked in government, so sometimes making all the connections can be so challenging because there's all this great work.
We're siloed.
The Port of Virginia has a seat on the VEDP board. However, the port board doesn't always get all the information from VEDP. So bringing the port, VEDP, DRPT, the Freight Advisory Committee with Kathy McGee and the port and Barbara Nelson from the port. Pretty interesting that the Freight Advisory Committee is being led by all these women. And there's another,
appropriate.
VTrans. There's one more. Anyway, what I have really tried to emphasize with the team is pulling all the threads together so that we can come up with some master plans. One of our big deficits in Virginia is having ready-made sites, not just distribution centers, but having these sites available. And so the part that transportation can play in making, I think, some smart decisions. Anyway, really great point. You all know that it is a huge priority of mine to pull all this together, right? Because they're all talking to each other, or at least we're trying to make that happen. All this great work and just making sure all of us know. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Tuck, did you want to say anything? Okay.
Madam Secretary?
Mr. Merrill.
Are you plugged into Go Virginia initiatives as well? There is a lot of work in Go Virginia, which are looking at trying to get sites ready.
Yes, Go Virginia. I always think of, Go Virginia within BEDP, Commerce and Trade. So in any case, just coordinating all of our efforts, right, to make sure that as we're planning, we're aware of all that pieces. I do think, I personally I can't wait till you get the rail piece done, right? When you get the information so that we can share some of the rail.
Yeah, I believe DRPT is working. Emily Stock has been working on it, and I think Director Mitchell, I will let you address
Yeah,
that.
and we've actually been doing quite a bit of work in GIS as well to have more of an inventory of some of our the systems that we have.
So is Kathy McGee in the back? Oh, it's so funny. She said, I'm in this other meeting, but call me if you need me. Because the Freight Advisory Committee just named the chair of that, and it's David White from the Virginia Maritime Association is going to be chairing this. Again, I think it's, oh, and so who's the vice chair?
The vice chair, I don't have to look, because I've only been on one Zoom.
Kimberly Clark, I think.
That's right.
Private
Yeah, I think that's
sector.
right.
Again, Mr. Malden, just trying very hard to pull. Yes.
Madam Secretary, I'd be remiss if I didn't add that anything that we've just discussed that would lead to more rail replacement of traffic on the road would also have tremendous benefits from a greenhouse gas emission reduction perspective.
I have a fun fact for you.
I'm sorry?
I have a fun fact.
I'd love to hear it, Dr.
Okay. Would anybody here know the number of miles that CSX can move on 1 gallon of gas? 506 miles.
It's 1 ton, 506 miles on a gallon of fuel. Yeah. That makes the case.
Madam Secretary, I don't want to get ahead of the last thing we have on our agenda, or near the last, but Scott is making a very good point about connecting all the elements to a distribution system relying on rail. The one that I'm talk about today is a great example of bringing all those elements together. Huge project, taking 3,000 trucks off the road
It's
today.
really impressive.
I mean,
You're
it's,
going to love this presentation, Mr. Williams.
but
That's what I said.
I studied that, that's truck in, rail out, rail in, rail out. I mean, boat out, boat in, I mean, it's everything.
And we are working. We are working. I really wonder, thank you, Jitender. I know, thank you. Really, really good presentation. We're going to take we are going to take a break until 3 o'clock. And then could we move Jeremy's presentation up just because I think it would follow so well? And you're here. Okay, see you at 3. Mr. Malvin gave you such a great introduction that I thought we would just jump to you.
Sounds great. Thank you.
You're welcome. She's going, yes, I can get out of here now.
And I believe we're going to start with a short video clip of the site that we'll be talking
I
about.
think Mr. Dodson has kind of set a new standard for how we present some of these things.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. It was really kind of you to say that. I'll remember you in my will. Thanks.
You're working.
I got you. Yeah, since your husband have saved me years ago, I have to. Okay.
So on the right-hand side, there is the current operation of Norfolk Terminals, or KTN. And right in front of us is the site that will be developed with 243,000 square foot warehouse expansion. And then where you see some containers next to the rail line, that's a Norfolk Southern double stack train there headed north over the Elizabeth River. There's going to be a rather large investment in a new rail yard for KTN. So we'll go over this a little bit and what they're doing here. The Norfolk Terminal, or KTN, it's a company based out of Belgium with a large presence here in Norfolk and also one that is now growing. Next slide. There they are in South Norfolk, and wanted to point out here the proximity of Norfolk International Terminals, where they receive goods and ship out by rail, and soon will be exporting by rail. Next slide. Again, this is the site. You see there in the top part of the screen, the 243,000 square foot planned expansion and that rail yard. It's going to be a substantial increase in rail traffic. It'll be served by Norfolk Southern, and one thing I'll talk about is the dual access that was important to this site, because they did look at other sites, including Baltimore. Next slide. So Norfolk Terminal site was purchased in 2012. It's, for those familiar with Hampton Roads, it's the old Ford plant. And it grew from imports of petrochemical products from abroad, and 60% of their outbound traffic was by rail to customers within basically a 5-hour range of Norfolk. Shale gas has changed the U.S. market, allowing development of competitive plastic products. So there's an export market that's been developing. The Gulf Coast has seen export in this new market, and this would be the first investment of this kind for the Mid-Atlantic. The site location here was competitive against other locations because of the Port of Norfolk. They also saw it as something that would allow them for future expansions and the container availability of the port, so they were coordinating with the port on this. But also the dual rail connection was very important, so it will be Norfolk Southern served with the ability to have CSX traffic switched by NS as well. And then again, the location was very important for the domestic market, 5-hour reach to their end customers. Next slide. Total investment is a $61 million investment in the warehouse and the rail facility. The rail facility will be $7 million. They'll be growing their current rail traffic from 450 carloads annually to 3,000 or more carloads per year. They currently have 28 employees, and they will be expanding by another 31 additional employees. And the site is 63 acres. I've mentioned that large warehouse expansion there with direct access to Norfolk International Terminals for import and the new industry, new development for export for this industry. And then they will have 93 additional rail hopper car spots as well as transloading equipment. Next slide. So a reminder that applications have to exceed 50 points in order to receive a recommendation to the Commonwealth Transportation Board. And this one was a strong score of 78 points.
Is that a record?
It is a record.
It's tough.
Which is important to remember because,
score, right?
Yeah, the scale is.
Should be more of those in our future.
Yeah. Want to be the
Oh, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, Mr. Williams, don't you have a call out time?
It was a strong score
I
because
was
of
trying to help Mr. Malman out over here, and look what happened.
the large number of carloads and substantial investment, and they do receive extra points because of the ratio of their investment against the states. So next slide. So the economic benefits, 31 jobs will be added to the 28 jobs that exist today. They've been working with the city of Norfolk on a couple of recruiting programs, so acquiring veteran talent as people are transitioning from active duty. And they've also been working with local colleges that offer degrees in maritime and logistics. The multimodal access around the port was something that they emphasized because we talked with them several times to understand the magnitude of this project, and the dual rail access was very important. So the business has also been working with VEDP on workforce benefits. There have been other incentives, including tax credits, and port, related to the port shipments, some tax credits, and utility incentives. And the rail access grant is approximately 30% of the incentives offered for this location at the moment. Next slide. The application is for $450,000 of the $7 million total, so their match is significant at $6.5 million. Rail shipments will increase from 60% today to approximately 75% of the total traffic at the facility. And just as a reminder, the standard program requirements are that our investment is fixed with the grant. Next slide. Any questions?
Well, and actually, since we were all kind of transitioning back to our seats at the beginning of your presentation, we did ask the team to replay the video so that anybody who missed it can get a better view of it.
This is looking north. The NIT is to the north, so that's probably where that double stack Norfolk Southern train is headed. All right, any questions?
Madam Secretary, I have to share or admit one thing is that when I was talking to the folks in Texas about this project, I suggested a video because I knew I had to compete against Bert.
But I mean, but it's really well done, and this really seems like a.
Hey, but this whole project is built around transportation logistics.
Yes.
And if this company is a global company, if you look at their website, see the culture of this company, it's really awesome. But it's just a great project. I mean, it's a great project. Good for the port, good for the Commonwealth, good for everything. 450. Would they have built this without 450,000? Yeah. But the package with BEDP and the
Right, it's the
invitation from the
combination of
state.
putting
Yeah,
it all together,
it
right?
all.
And because they had, Jeremy, where were the other areas competing for this?
They looked at Baltimore. Baltimore was really where they were competitively looking at another site. They did consider Savannah as well.
Really important. Yes, it's transportation logistics, which
all
I
that-
think is a
that's-
huge part, Mr. Kaspitz, of what you were saying. So.
It's a huge additional asset, if you will, for the state of Virginia to take what was the old Fort facility and to bring it out today with new facility, with the material increase.
I agree with you, Mr. Johnson.
It's
And I'm just getting back to what Scott said. This is that industry that is focusing on polymers and other things.
Yes.
And if you look at Savannah, what's made that port so successful is that warehouse and logistics system. And we need to replicate this throughout the region, and we will have the success we've all been trying to achieve.
Right, and the importance that transportation plays in making us competitive, Virginia competitive. So really, really important. Jeremy, is there anything else you'd like to add about this wonderful project
I think it's a great
that
project.
we're going to be voting on next month?
Yeah.
Anything else?
So Rucker had something.
I'm fine.
One other comment.
Mr. Johnson.
When you have the video and you first fly over to the north side of the Whitney the Elizabeth River, that's where our passenger train terminal is. With trains that come and go, if you were into Norfolk proper, where we're going to add a third train. It's within 200 yards.
All really important. Jeremy, thank you. That was a good segue, I thought, after the last presentation.
Once again, for those
Okay,
of you
Laura Farmer.
Good afternoon, Madam Secretary, members of the board. I come to you this afternoon to give you an update and present the final 6-year, this presentation that's up is Kim's. So if you could switch it to mine, thank you. To the final update to our 6-year financial plan, as well as an overview of the fiscal year 22 Commonwealth Transportation Fund and VDOT budgets. Thank you. Next slide, please. Six-year financial plan identifies all the planned funding available for allocation for highways, rail, transit, ports, aviation, DMV, and Spaceflight Authority. Our recommended allocations for the 6-year period total $47 billion. It includes the use of bond proceeds totaling $2 billion over the 6-year period, including Garvey bonds, which are used on smart scale projects, Route 58 corridor bonds to be used on Lover's Leap and Corridor Q in the coming years. And the biggest change since you saw these assumptions in April is the addition of the I-81 debt assumptions. The plan also includes a transfer of $4.7 billion to the 3 regions. Those flow through VDOT's budget to get to the regional authorities. It also includes $376 million of fuel tax revenue for the I-81 corridor. It dedicates just over $14 billion for maintenance and operations over the period, and just over $14 billion for construction. I would note that of that construction total, about $4.1 billion of that comes from other sources, localities, or regional authorities. Next slide, please. So the biggest changes from the April draft assumptions are highlighted here. We've incorporated the I-81 debt assumptions. This is a big lift for my staff, both in budget and funds management, as well as Kim's group, a fairly large effort to incorporate both debt service assumptions as well as the debt plan against the projects. We've also updated the assumptions related to the 2021 Transportation Initiative that was included in the General Assembly session. That change is just a mix of state and federal money. We're able to put the federal funds to use easier in our maintenance and operations area, and so we've transitioned some state funding back to the initiative items to make best use of the dollars we have available. The other major change is the incorporated planned use of a portion of our state infrastructure bank for P3 development efforts. That function of that bank is it's a small component of VDOT's assumptions. It was established in 1998. It's been used at various times. Its first use was with Pocahontas Parkway back in the late 90s. And most recently, we've advanced it for early works on our P3 projects, most recently with 66 outside the Beltway. And those funds have usually been returned at financial close. We continue to coordinate with FHWA to make those funds available, but our planned use for that $20 million is to support P3 development efforts. Next slide, please. With regard to I-81 and our financing assumptions, these tables highlight the debt service we've incorporated in the 6-year plan. Our model incorporates the debt service assumed as well as financing some reserves from the fuel tax revenue over the course of the next 6 years. It also incorporates debt proceeds and other financing that we've assumed to support the projects. I briefed you earlier this spring to authorize the I-81 debt for that first planned issuance in fiscal year 22. We hope to complete that this summer. And we also have some anticipated TIFIA financing in the plan. We're right now working on those draft letters of interest for TIFIA to consider and start that process. And we anticipate closing in the winter. Next slide, please. This slide just highlights the Transportation Initiative makeup of the funding. Since we presented the draft financial plan in April, we just incorporated an exchange of the federal funds provided for existing state dollars and spread those federal dollars between fiscal year 22 and 23. It still meets the federal requirements and also puts to use the federal dollars in our maintenance program area. Next slide, please. There's no change to this presentation of the omnibus investments, just as a reminder of the off-the-top items that we have planned to get to fiscal year 23 that are incorporated in the plan and how these supplemental funds are distributed. Slide. There's no change to this slide either. It's just a reminder of the makeup of our state transportation resources and the various funds that, the various sources that compile the CTF and our assumptions going forward. We have not had an update to this estimate, at least for the major items, since February, and we currently don't anticipate one very soon, but this is what we're working with the plan today. Slide. This slide is a very familiar slide in terms of the table and its contents. I've highlighted in green font the values that have changed since we reviewed this in April. With regard to other revenue, it reflects the state infrastructure bank balance programmed in the first year, as well as some very small changes in dedicated revenue that we change during this time of year each year, like exempt permit revenue that you all will hear from Russ about for city street payments tomorrow. With regard to federal revenues, the only change is the shift of $83.5 million from the first year to the second year, representing the use of those federal dollars made available through the CRISA Act. And we've added the I-81 financing to the assumptions for a total of $856.5 million over the 6-year period. Next slide. Slide highlights 6 years worth of allocations by major category. With regard to debt service, we've implemented the I-81 assumptions. We have a minor change to dedicated revenue in the maintenance program area. These are small, just a fraction of a decimal, but they do represent a change from the previous assumptions. We've also made a small change in the classification of some costs for the department. So there's a transfer between maintenance and administration just due to a change in duties and a division change. For public transportation, that change just reflects the programming of RSTP and CMAQ dollars by the MPOs. As we work on the draft, those funds usually stay parked with construction until we get the final program updates and we reflect those in the proper agency. Construction reflects the addition of the I-81 programming as well as any RSTP and CMAQ that remain on highway projects. Next slide. The slide highlights the fiscal year 22 recommended budget for the Commonwealth Transportation Fund. I'll just highlight the updates. The major update since April is really just the I-81 interstate financing. But just as a reminder, the increase from the previous year includes some one-time federal and state dollars, the full year implementation of Central Virginia Transportation Authority. We have some reduced project participation from the regional authorities, primarily to do with just the change from with the bridge tunnel project. This year is just slightly less than the year previous. The incorporation of Route 58 bonds accounts for part of the increase from the prior year. And prior year collections were incorporated in the 21 budget related to our revenue sharing actions that we discussed in December. Next slide, please. This slide highlights the 22 recommended allocations by category. Just highlight that our maintenance dollars represent about 27% of the budget. Construction is about 37%, and rail and public transportation components total about 11% of the total budget. If we exclude the pass-through revenues, construction's about 33% and maintenance at 35%. Next slide, please. In terms of the VDOT budget for fiscal year 22, our budget total is $6.5 billion when we net the regional programs, the grand total of $7.2 billion. The updates since the April assumptions presented include financing for I-81 from both bond proceeds and our assumed TIFIA financing, and the resulting change from a reclassification of state money to federal in our maintenance area. Crossover is reduced by a like amount, and so it is expected to be $108.7 million for fiscal year 22. Next slide. Table highlights VDOT's budget by major program area with the green font highlighting changes since we reviewed these assumptions in April, most of which I discussed on the previous slide. I would add that the support for DRPT programs and Virginia Passenger Rail just reflects additional state funding provided in that area, as well as any match provided for CMAQ and RSTP programming in the current year. In your packet, you also have copies of the CTF and VDOT budgets that look similar to this cover, and they're supported by the information in the presentation. That concludes my prepared slides, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
I have it. Copy of the budget.
No, it's attached in the electronic version.
Oh,
I
thought maybe you had
apologize.
put it on a
Sorry.
folder. No, just checking. Thank you, Laura. Any questions or comments? I'll just point out.
Madam Secretary,
Oh, yes.
this
It's
is
like the
Shep.
Wizard of Oz,
Thank
you
you.
know? Yes, Mr. Miller. Well, you know, kind
Something
of
like
behind
that.
you, you don't know where they are, yeah.
Listen,
Yes, Mr. Miller.
yeah, I've been on an airplane. I was streaming on a Wi-Fi connection, so I couldn't really talk, but I wanted to pile on the terminal, the previous presentation that Johnny introduced. I think it's important that people recognize the importance of the special structures funding as it relates to this project and many, many others. On the map, if you had recalled seeing it, there's a bridge, a special structures bridge called the Berkeley Bridge, that confines that river before you get to that plant, as well as two major shipyards there. And we've had problems with that in the past. It's part of the funding, and I think we're in good shape at the current time. But if that bridge gets stuck in the down position, we've got two shipyards and now this other facility that are out of the business from the water. So I just wanted to highlight that as I'm so glad we've got a plan and some funding following it for special structures, because this is exactly the kind of thing that it could happen, and it could be devastating to the economic livelihood of a lot of folks there. So sorry to be out of turn, but I just couldn't get to you the presentation before. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Okay, anything else for Laura? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And Pryor, it's not a meeting without you.
Afternoon. Today, I will be presenting the final fiscal year 2022 to 2027 six-year improvement program. Next slide, please. The final six-year program, the highway component of it is valued at $17.2 billion. This is an increase of about $1.5 billion over the draft, due in large part to the addition of funding for the transportation initiatives, the special structures funding, and in large part due to the I-81 debt that we've added to the program. The program also includes about $970 million for debt service and provides funding to 3,700 projects. And consistent with previous programs, this program also includes about $4.1 billion in funding provided by others, such as HR TAC and VTA, et cetera. Next slide. Several programs were updated in this six-year program update cycle. We updated the State of Good Repair program. MPOs have also updated their RSTP and CMAQ programs. We also update unpaved roads and innovation and technology transportation annually. Unique to this update, we do every even fiscal year an update to the Smart Scale programs of Construction District Grant Program and High Priority Projects Program. Next slide. New to this update, as a result of the Omnibus Bill, we've added the Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program, the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program, and Special Structures. And I'll provide more details in the coming slides. Next slide. State of Good Repair Program for paving, for VDOT paving represents about $207 million over the 6 years for VDOT paving and about $83 million for local paving. In this round for SGR paving, we've added a total investment of about $52.5 million in new paving to the program, which of course represents just a small component of the department's larger paving program. Next slide. For State of Good Repair bridges, we have a total investment of $976 million for VDOT bridges over the 6-year window, and about $231 million for local SGR bridges over the 6-year window. In this update, we've added new bridge projects for a value of about $164 million to address these structurally deficient bridges across the state. Next slide. Ms. McGee
Kim,
presented.
would you mind, excuse me, would you mind on the previous slide, though, explaining why Lynchburg has that number because of the project currently in
Oh,
queue?
yes, there was a really big project that we added in the COVID update, which really consumed all of the state of good repair funding for the Lynchburg district. So there was nothing available to add another, we didn't have enough money left to add another bridge project in this update.
Madam Secretary, that was the Callins Mountain Road
Yes.
Expressway.
Yes, and I
interchange.
just wanted to remind everybody and, just state with that, why that year was there.
Thanks.
Anybody who's watching,
Thank you.
wanted, in case they go, oh, Mr. Dodson, why don't you point that out? What happened?
I will refer them to you since you know more.
There you go.
We've also added some new innovation and technology transportation projects in this update. Ms. McGee briefed the board a few months ago on those. As a reminder, over the 6-year window, there's $130 million dedicated to this program, and we've added $15.5 million worth of new projects. Next slide. I've heard a lot about Smart Scale Round 4, so I won't go into a whole lot of detail here, but over the 6-year window, there's $3.3 billion dedicated to the Smart Scale programs of District Grant and High Priority. For this Round 4, we had $1.3 billion available. We were able to add 167 projects to the program. Next slide. The Interstate Operations and Enhancement Program I mentioned earlier, we've included in this update. The most significant addition between the draft and the final is the addition of the debt financing to support the I-81 program. We've added $116 million in I-81 bonds, and we've added about $740 million in TIFIA proceeds to accelerate the delivery of the remaining projects in that program. We were able to add 14 of the 16 remaining capital projects to the program. The 2 remaining projects are in Montgomery County and in Frederick County. We hope to be able to add those into the program in the next update when they're scheduled to start preliminary engineering. Next slide. We've also incorporated the Virginia Highway Safety Improvement Program. As you know, this is a newly established program in the Omnibus Bill. Over the 6-year window, there's about $460 million dedicated to this program. As Mr. Cole presented to you earlier today, current programming in the 6-year program reflects the board's policy to focus on delivery and completion of systemic safety improvement projects. And beginning in FY24, the code specifies certain uses for the Virginia Highway Safety Funds, dedicating 54% to infrastructure projects, 29% to behavioral strategies, and 17% for other priorities. Next slide. Final program we've updated is the special structures. There's $480 million dedicated to this program over the 6-year window, and we have fully allocated it. And you can see the distribution by district for that $480 million. I will point out that that statewide line item for $5 million is a reserve held back in the current fiscal year to address any potential emergencies that come up. That concludes my slides. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the update. I will just say that how important the omnibus bill has been to Virginia being in the position we are today. Even though we're looking at, right now, according to the forecast, about $638 million reduction through FY22, through the additional revenue that was raised through the omnibus and the programs that were set up, in addition to the flexibility this board was given during special session, Virginia's been able to keep every project in the pipeline, implement all of our programs, maybe not fully fund them, but they're all moving forward. And, being able to do this without delaying work, canceling contracts, or laying off people. So I think some really important decisions have been made to get us to this point. So thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Amy Motley. How are you, sir?
Secretary, members of the board. I'm going to talk to you about the changes to our budget, the DRPT budget and 6-year program today from what we submitted in April until today. Next slide, please. So our draft budget we presented to you in April was $860.3 million. It hasn't changed. However, there were some things added to the 6-year program. And these things are either transit capital items that won't have expenditures until the following fiscal year. And most of it is due to the Western Rail Initiative for the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, which will be reflected in their budget. And that's why it won't be in ours. Next slide, please. So you can see the main change here. It's a 3% change from draft to final, and most of that is due to the Western Rail Initiative, as I just discussed. And there's a small change to transit, and I'll talk about those a little more in the next couple of slides. Next slide, please. You can see here there's just a $2 million change to operating. Capital's got a small change, and then the big change again is rail, which we'll talk about on the next slide. Okay, you can see the big transforming rail in Virginia went up $242 million, and that's due to adding that to our 6-year program to get approval from the board. Since these are state funding, this is state funding that it's involved. That's $100 million from the I-81 initiative, $50 million from Smart Scale, and then $8.6 million from CMAQ. And that's offset by the $83.5 million from the 2021 Transportation Funding Initiative that was already in the draft. So we just moved it from a different line to the Western Rail Initiative for the final, which gets you to your $159 million increase. Next slide, please. Okay, the changes to operating for ARPA is, ARPA funding for the Virginia Breeze, which we think that won't happen until later in the year. Like I think Laura was talking about, and Kim maybe too, we always work with them between draft and final to adjust the CMAQ and RSTP projects, and these are mostly buses and facilities that probably won't happen until FY23, the actual expenditures, because buses take 18 months to build. Rail, I've talked about the $159 million for the Western Rail Initiative cost, and the $83.5 million, that was previously just shown separately. Now it's shown as part of the Western Rail Initiative. Next slide, please. We also recommended in our draft budget to increase our reserve. We have a operating capital reserve that was developed by the Transit Service Delivery Committee. I don't know if it's TSDAC. That reserve is capped at $10 million, and it was set up to cover shortfalls of estimated revenues for transit operating and transit capital. So if estimates are down, we can use this to get them back at pre-established levels. And so we recommended to increase this reserve by $2.1 million to get it up to the $10 million, which is the cap. Slide, please. And that's the end of my presentation. Any questions?
Mr. Kaspowitz.
Did we use that reserve during COVID?
We did not. We used that the year before. I think we had other funding, other federal funding, which we used a lot of federal funding to help during COVID.
Yeah, well, the reserve is really designed to sort of modulate some of the natural timing issues, but also some of the lumpiness we get in revenue collections as well. And so in past years, we had used some of that to be able to keep people's operating funding at about where it was in previous years.
Really? Okay.
Any more questions?
Thank you, Mr. Motley.
Thank you.
Very good. Jennifer, anything that
Just
you would like to add?
in terms of our updates.
Yes. Items.
It was great to see the rail committee this morning. Very good. We are starting to see a rebound in Amtrak ridership, where our ridership for May was about 21% increased over the month before. Amtrak is starting to see an increase in bookings as well, nationally and especially in the Northeast corridor. So we are looking forward to continuing to see ridership increases compared to previous years. We are continuing to advance our negotiations on the definitive agreements with Norfolk Southern as well. We got a report this morning from DJ Stadler on the status of the Virginia Passenger Rail Authority, and particularly in the staffing and mobilization as well, which will be occurring over the next several months. We have brought on a new chief operating officer, which is Mike McLaughlin, chief financial officer, which was Steve Pittard, our DRPT CFO. We've hired a few other staff as well, and so the mobilization there is really beginning to ramp up as well. So,
And your human resources director is coming on when?
July 10th,
Which I can't tell, that is going to be a big job standing
Yes,
up
we don't
this
even have
authority.
anybody who can hire people right now, so we are truly a blank slate. But
Oh, my
it will be
goodness.
having the next meeting of the VPRA board on Monday as well. We'll be having it here. It'll be our actual first in-person meeting of the board. So, and those are my major reports.
Yes, thank you. Commissioner.
Madam Secretary, I just have two items for today. One is we had a little bit of conversation today on EV and EV charging. I'm happy to report that our 511 system will now, effective this week, allow for users on both the mobile application on your phone as well as the website to be able to find EV charging stations. It'll give you such information as the station name itself, the station address, in other words, the street address, the phone number, more importantly, the connector types that you can use to charge your vehicle, and then the EV charging station. So we are incorporating that into our 511 system for our users. And the second item is, as you saw this morning in the video, that we've been transforming Virginia through the last 15 months. And so I mentioned to you all that we hit a major milestone with the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel, most notably the tunnel boring machine and the factory acceptance testing. So we have a video that we'd like to share with you today, now that you're back, to be able to show you the time-lapse photo of the construction or the manufacturing process of that. Just to recall that back on February 24th of this year, we did announce the tunnel boring machine's name. And if you forgot that, it's Mary Jackson, who was a mathematician and aerospace engineer from NASA, originally from Hampton. So she was an African-American that pioneered science and applied science back into in a generation that was not known for that. So you know, she definitely had some significant crucial contributions back to NASA during the space race. So back in May of this year, we did have a factory acceptance test of the device in a virtual setting. Unfortunately, we were still not allowed to travel, or else we would have taken a small delegation to both christen it and take acceptance of the device. But hopefully this doesn't equate to a trip to Germany, but it's about as close as you can get. The next big milestone for us, at least with the tunnel boring machine, is that it will be here hopefully between November 15th and November 21st of this year. So hopefully we will have another ceremony on the South Island accepting that and at least placing it on the island, getting it ready to bore under the Chesapeake Bay in the Elizabeth River. So with that being said, if we can get the video.
That always is a problem.
Commissioner, how much is that device?
We paid 75 million for it.
And after the project's completed, what happens to it?
Probably will be surplus after it goes through the channel twice. It's a one and done.
Looks like good value to me.
We told you I was coming back for 75 million.
Allison asked where Germany. Since we couldn't go, we didn't really pay attention.
Rob?
Ma'am? Where was the Bavaria?
That is perfect.
Just say Mena.
I would say. I know. Oh.
Karen Connect. We will Google it before we get out of the room.
Yeah.
It's not far.
Madam Secretary, may I make a related comment on the project? So, for some time before we went to virtual meetings, the topic of discussion, the birds of South Island, were something that caused a great deal of controversy outside the public, and this board discussed on a frequent basis. With the benefit of hindsight, we can now look back on the work that was done by VDOT and DEQ and their Department of Game and Inland Fisheries, or whatever the equivalent of that is, and I think give high marks to their performance. So I was.
Well, that's so funny because now you're stepping on my
I'm sorry.
presentation. No.
Okay.
No.
Well,
so true. I mean, it's been a huge priority, and I was going to ask you all if I could do my items tomorrow, but since you brought it up, Rob, can you do that today? I'd like to finish. I'm doing part A today. I have a part B to my items.
compliments to all.
Yes, here you go.
Madam Secretary, I got an update. I've been getting updates regularly from the Department of Wildlife Resources, and it has been just an overwhelming success. I mean, that's the bottom line. So at Fort Wool, we have Fort Wool, and then there are barges there. At Fort Wool, right now, there are about 10 to 12,000 royal terns and 200 to 250 sandwich terns. Those are the only breeding colonies in the state of Virginia, are at Fort Wool and on the barges. I've got really there's about 10 to 12,000 royal tern adults and 200 to 250 sandwich terns, laughing gulls, numbers comparable to last year, about 850 breeding adults. And I think the thing that I think is so important is that one thing, the gull-billed tern, which is a state endangered species. Last year there was one breeding pair. This year there are 15. So good progress there. And then the other thing that Department of Wildlife Resources, and they could do a lot better job. This is their area in terms of expertise, but they talk about the fidelity of that nesting site, that those birds that were on the South Island are coming back to what would have been the South Island. Now they're coming to Fort Wool and the barges. And what they've seen is 560 nests of common terns this year, as opposed to 414 last year. 129 nests of black skimmers this year, 71 last year. Again, numbers are up. And then the state threatened gull-bill tern, I mentioned the 15 nests as opposed to 1 last year. You know, I just think that it's been the efforts of a bunch of people in VDOT, Angel Deem and her staff, and then a close collaboration with the Department of Wildlife Resources, which goes on. We are continuing, and actually the commissioner and I and some of our environmental staff are going down there on Thursday, and we are going to tour Fort Wool and the barges and see all the birds and how that's working with the head of Department of Wildlife Resources and their staff that have been working on it. And then we're going to take that same group that afternoon and go over to the South Island and let them see what we're doing on the South Island with our project. So they can see both the engineering side, but also the measures that we've taken to encourage the birds not to nest on South Island, but rather to go over to Fort Wool and the barges. So I think it's really good news. I mean, I've got a lot of data that they provided, but the numbers are all up, and it's really what they say is it's exceeded their wildest dreams. So really
Our
good.
secret weapon on the South Island.
Yeah, the dogs. They're still there.
I mean,
we've got a firm flyaway
if
geese.
we hadn't had COVID, I really wanted them to come to bring the dogs here, which she's, you know, one of the trainers said they would because it's such a humane, gentle way. Because they just bark, but they don't hurt the birds, and so it's really been really, really important. I will say that, you know, for Nick, John, the commissioner, Rob, and I, working on what that solution was going to be was very challenging.
Yes.
And it's really turned out to be a model, a win-win, because Commonwealth's building the largest construction project in transportation in our history, and we are helping all the nesting birds. So
And I can't speak enough about the real experts on the ground, the Department of Wildlife Resources staff. They're really incredibly knowledgeable, and this has been, I think, a success through our efforts on the South Island with our projects. But make no mistake, these people that have dedicated their life to birds and resource management, and they have done a bang up job. And I just can't say enough about their efforts there.
win-win. So it's so funny. Did you do that on purpose?
No, I didn't want it to go unsaid because I was one of the most.
We were getting an update because y'all are going back.
I was a vocal critic of our pace and somewhat skeptical about whether we could pull it off. So my compliments to all.
Were a number of birds that were banded in 2018 and 19 on the South Island, and they've seen them come back now on the barges and at Fort Wool. So that's that thing about the fidelity of that site. They're coming back to the relocated, rehomed, I think is the word they use. They want to rehome the birds, and that's been successful. So the birds are adapting well and thriving, I'd say.
And you're going on Wednesday.
Thursday.
No,
Thursday.
Down
Yeah.
there.
I would
That's
add
why
that,
you're here.
that importantly, the change to the Migratory Bird Act, I guess it was a 1911 act that allowed the birds to be considered incidental in such processes that was put in place by the prior administration, has been changed back to its original construct by the current administration. So you've protected the birds short term, and I think long term there's a return to the national interest in protecting them throughout the country.
No, I also think, Commissioner, we need to say that Rob coming in and taking this on for all of us, you were our main liaison with natural resources and really just did a stupendous job. Really remarkable. And
Appreciate that.
so anyway, you took the lead on this, and
Well, thank you, but again, I think that
which you didn't hesitate to do. And Nick, weren't you happy when Rob took the lead? Did you not think that was a really good idea? John Lawson, yes, good decision, I'd say. That might have been one of my best decisions ever, really. But
I think
anyway.
there's enough species in the General Assembly, right?
Oh, it was just so good.
Birds.
So anyway, but have the,
An update.
oh, you do? Okay, go ahead.
So, Madam Secretary, Mr. Tonk, I've reached out and touched someone, our HRBT project director. It is Schwa now, Germany, which is located in southwest part of Germany.
I wasn't actually joking when I said southern. I knew it was in southern Germany. I couldn't tell you the town, but,
It's like, what kind of car do you drive? Green?
yeah. Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to say, I only have one little item to add. I'm going to suspend the meeting. We will adjourn, we'll suspend, and then we'll pick up that in the morning. We'll go into our action meeting. That just allows me, in case there's some last minute items that anybody has, we can cover it tomorrow morning. The environmental subcommittee is going to meet immediately after CTV. So anyway, so the meeting starts at 9, and I'm going to turn it over to you for logistics.
Dinner scheduled at 6:30. I emailed everybody that information for the shuttle for those at VDOT that want to catch the shuttle. It's at 5:45.
In the hotel.
Board members at 6:10 in the hotel. Dinner together.
So are you picking up the commissioner?
I can.
Okay, well, anyway.
He and I will work that out.
Anyway, there may be just a few stops to the shuttle. So, okay, and is it casual?
Yes, it's very casual. Dinner's going to be outside on the patio. The patio is covered. Just weather aware. I'm glad it being.
Is it cooler?
Absolutely.
Mhm. And Mr. Miller, thank you for picking that up. Dinner tonight.
And there was silence.
Great guy.
Dinner.
Even better.
Even better that you'll be there.
Well, thank you so much, Madam Chairman, Madam
Oh,
Secretary.
Mr. Miller, we can't hear you, but thank you.
You can hear me now.
Okay, we are suspended till tomorrow.